Yeah, alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I was saying, all types of ways. Getting back to the personal brand dashboard that I was building before. Making sure everything's working good. There we go. Live now. Alright, so somehow I got this technology problems fixed. Microphone was having issues today, but it looks like I got it fixed, as I would say. So anyway, yeah, getting back to the project. Gonna just start right to it, get right into it. So you know, another day, another flow. Whisper voice as I go. Start the dev server. It's working. Yeah, so if you got a Yeti microphone, be careful if you plug any headphones into that microphone because it can mess up your whole system. And then it'll make it think that it's like a speaker and a microphone. And it's not the easiest thing to fix, but now I know. No more plugging speakers into my microphone. That only took like a half hour, but hey, I got it fixed, ready to go. Going back to the flow, doing what I know. Ready to show the project I'm working on. Dev servers are running. Yeah, alright, back to it. Give thanks every time. Respect to the universe. Just gonna read where I left off. What are the next steps? Okay, it looks like alright, back at it. New day, new session. I'm about to start with the list you got. You got the distribute layer, the schedule layer, content layer, ingestion layer, phase 2. Then the analytics layer and the email layer. Then the collaboration system, then the skills to build. Let's get started on the first step. Alright, so yes, I did get that working last night. when I waited till later, and I told you about it too. I waited till later and it started working, so that worked. The ingestion thing. Then also, yes, I rotated the keys, and I will rotate them again after I'm done building this on the stream. And I'm not really sure how to find what commits have been pushed to origin main. And I don't know if the working tree is clean. It looks like it to me. I don't know about any untracked files. I mean, I was working on this with you last night, so you knew everything I told you that I know. No. Another thing, if you're using WhisperFlow with Claude, you got to make sure that WhisperFlow is set to control and Windows. I should probably change it so I don't have to worry about this, but if I hit Windows and then control, it just pastes whatever the last thing I copied was. So I got to hit control and then Windows. Okay, yeah, so everything I did, I rotated things. I told you even last night that I got that ingestion player working, and I'm going to rotate everything again after I'm done building this on the stream. As far as the keys go, I do not know how to check what commits have been pushed to origin main. It looks like the working tree is clean to me, and any untracked files, I have no idea, not that I know of. All right. Having these channels try to play audio. It's clicked on instrumental. Yeah, if you're doing streaming, I would recommend not using pretzel rocks because every time I click that instrumental button, it doesn't seem to want to work like it's supposed to. This is one of those days, but I'm just thankful I'm able to stream. Give thanks every time. Stream and create and build. Okay. Alright, so we're going to do the Substack. If you don't know what Substack is, it's like a new social media platform. At least, I mean, I think it's new. I just heard about it in the last, like, 6 months, I feel like. And I've started to notice it a lot more. But yeah, I definitely want to get on Substack. The more channels, the better. Yeah, feels good to get building again and getting started. I think I probably should have gone into plan mode on this one, but you know, sometimes I'm a little rusty when I start the session. Usually it takes me about an hour or two before I'm like really flowing and really locked in. Just gotta kind of get warmed up each day. That's just the way I stay. A lot of people just start out going like it's a marathon or a sprint, and then they burn out quick. But I'm more the type of person that starts slow and picks up energy as I go. And that's something I know from years of experience. People running past me going up the mountain at the bottom. That guy's slow. I get halfway up, 2/3 up. They're sitting there, they can barely even like breathe. I'm almost running. They're like, that's the guy that we passed and said was slow. I'm like, yup. It's all about the journey. Take my time and let the energy build right. What's going on with this? It's like some weird flashing on the bottom. What is going on with my technology today? I don't know. Alright, so I have this random box that popped up on my Claude Code terminal. It says explore and understand your code. And it's just kind of annoying. Like, it's just making some weird glitching, like text pop up and go away. So any idea how to remove that? That annoying box is the new discovery header. It's a new update. That's probably why it's flickering, because it's that weird glitch, because it's brand new, I bet. Wants me to give it a code to disable it forever. But I would like to check it out later. So that makes sense. Basically, like, from what I understand, Claude Code did a new update. I was looking into it last night. They made it so Claude Code updated their, I guess, like their web app, which is kind of like their own IDE, which I'm using VS Code. The main thing is, from what I did from research, the Claude Code in the terminal is still, the Claude Code in the VS Code terminal is still going to be giving me better quality code than what I would get from the new update. The main thing on the new update that it seems like they're pushing for features is that it can run multiple agents, and it says it manages the agents. However, it was also saying it's a brand new update. There's still like some, like probably some bugs and stuff. It might hallucinate more, and the main thing is, like, someone like me, I'm like, I would rather not take the risk of running multiple agents yet. I mean, I basically am. Like, even when I do regular Claude Code in the terminal, it spawns agents, like, to do certain things. So I'm, like, running kind of multiple agents within the one terminal. But then opening two terminals, you have the risk of overwriting the files, can ruin a lot of things. So I was like, you know what, it's not even worth it right now, especially if it's going to give me better quality code, less hallucinations if I just stay in VS Code and just wait for the updates to get better. With that being said, to me it sounds like the main feature they're pushing with Anthropic with the new update is running multiple terminals, which I would, you know, if you don't really understand that really well, it could cause you more problems than it would like save you time of doing that. And it really benefits at Claude or Anthropic, because when you're running multiple terminals, you're using more tokens. So basically, you'll run through your usage quicker. And the main thing is, if I feel like if you're not like really good at this, I would recommend just doing one terminal at a time, at least per agent. Like, you know, you can hook up Claude and Codex, but say you got like Gemini, I don't know if you can hook those two up together. But yeah, just like I would say one window or terminal per agent is probably the best way to go, at least for me right now. And you know, I feel like I'm not too far away from getting to that next level. But anyways, for now, I'm gonna stick with what I got. Especially every time I look up research about like some new feature, it's the same thing. The first thing that I'm always getting in the research is like, don't try to change your workflow in the middle of a build. It'll usually cause more problems than solutions. Changing a workflow in the middle of a build, just a lot of things that can, like, you know, go wrong, stuff like that, unless you like really know what you're doing. So what I've been doing is just trying to like implement some new features in between each build, and some features I've been fine just implementing them, but other ones have definitely caused issues. Playwright, somebody recommended I implement that with Claude, and it helped for a few things, but it was taking so many screenshots that just like messed up. It was just like, it had to read those screenshots every time. I got it so they weren't going to GitHub, but it was still a problem. So like if it's taking screenshots, I would recommend to set it up so it can automatically delete them each time it's done taking them. But also I was using it too much. Like I was using it for things it didn't need. I thought, oh, this is so cool, I could just use it for every test. And that was like overkill. I didn't need to do it that much. It was just taking a lot more screenshots and taking up a lot more context. And then also, if you have MCPs, it's best to try to keep that lean. At least when you're starting a project, only start with the MCPs that you're actually going to use on that project. Because if you have ones sitting there that aren't being used, depending on what they are, it could be a security risk. And also, it's just going to like take more context because it's got to, you know, read through all those tools every time. Alright, as long as that's not flickering around, I think it'll be good. I want to know more about that anyway. What does it do? Alright, so it stopped flickering, so I'm just going to leave it for now. But I'm wondering, what does that explore and understand your code? Like, what are the functions in that? What can I do with that? It's a menu of high-level skills. Instead of having to explain what you want, you can trigger these specialized modes. Got init, /init project architect. If you start a brand new folder, it's not just Git init. It creates a Claude MD file where Claude stores its memory to your tech stack, coding standards, and build commands. It helps Claude wake up in your project with full context every time. Okay, well, how does it know how to create the Claude MD? What is it creating it off of? So then you got /review. I mean, from what I understand, these were already functions. It's just another way to like pull them up, I guess. That's what I'm seeing so far. This is probably the most useful one for me. You don't just say, look at my code, you run review. So it scans your recent changes for logic flaws, messy CSS, or code smells. That's a new one to me. I've never heard of. I gotta look up. Some of these developing terms just had me laughing when I first hear them. And I'm sure like experienced developers are so used to saying that stuff. But to me, I'm like, what? Wait. Like, is that right? Code smells? What's going on? It's like having a senior developer look over your shoulder before you commit. There's security review. Run this before you push anything to GitHub. Recap. If you go to sleep and come back the next day, you run a recap. Gives you a summary of exactly where you left off, what bugs were half fixed, and what's the next step in your plan was. Well, I would not recommend ending a session when bugs are half fixed. If you're working on a bug, I would totally recommend to not start it unless you're pretty sure that you can get to the end of it. Which, you know, for a beginner, that's maybe easier said than done. But at least now it like went down. Okay, yeah, before it was annoying when it was just like hovering up here. Right after I said that, it went back up there. Anyway, I don't know what code smells mean. Can you explain to me what code smells means? Code smell is a classic developer term that means the code works, but something about it feels off. Kind of like what Claude's doing right now. Claude is doing a code smell, I think. It's not a bug. It won't crash the dashboard. Not a syntax error, it's a warning sign that the way the code is written might make it hard to fix or change in the future. Think of it like a strange noise your car makes. Okay, that's a good analogy. Car still drives fine for now, but that noise is a smell. The noise is a smell telling you that a bigger problem is coming if you don't check it out. Okay. So the smell is like duplicated code. Same 10 lines of code. The God object, one single file, has 2,000 lines and does everything. Yeah, definitely. I've done that before and learned my lesson there. Magic numbers. You see a random number like 86400 in the middle of a formula with no explanation. Long methods, a single function that takes 15 minutes to scroll through. Dead code, functions or variables that you aren't actually using anymore. Alright, so since this is done, I'll go back to the build. And test it out, see what it's all about. Right, go to approval queue. There we go. Need to label that better later. Okay, then go to Substack. It's already approved. See if I can refresh. No. Try this hard refresh. Okay, it's already approved. I'll see if it works still. And distribute. Yeah, that's good. Awesome. Review and post. Subject pre-fills from the moment title, body pre-fills from excerpt. Check the free paid toggle works. I mean, I guess that's all it does. Schedule toggle next Friday at 7 a.m. pre-fills. Yep. Copy post, copy subject plus body together. Yep. Did you beat the bear market? Prepare a success card, show a separate copy subject and copy body buttons. Where's prepare? Yes, it does. I do not have Substack hooked up yet, so I can't do that last part. But everything else works. Alright, everything works up to opening Substack. I do not have Substack hooked up yet, so I'll have to do that later. But the only thing that really didn't make sense was the free to paid toggle button. Like, I clicked it and like the button switched over from free to paid, but it didn't seem like anything was changing on the screen as far as like text goes. We got the podcast next. Yeah, and it was like mentioning that I could like do some like really quick fixes to like change things, and sometimes it does that, but like I've been learning is I think it's best to just like keep building out the main features and then come back later. And then you know, try to fix the like really small things last. Do the main features first. If a main feature, the only exception is like if a main feature is broken and it's not working, and other things need to be built on top of it, then just make sure like the main feature is working. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do plan mode this time. So when Claude suggests /review, it's looking for these smells. And yeah, it smells like SMELLS. Like you smell what I'm stepping in. Can you smell what I'm stepping in? The vibe coding world. So, hey, Nate, I got the refresh button working, but the way I wrote it is a bit smelly. I've never heard Claude say that before, but now if it does, I would not be caught off guard. We should probably clean this up so it doesn't break your dashboard later. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, it even gets better. The fix, refactoring. The deodorant for a code smell is refactoring. So apparently, refactoring is also referred to as deodorant. So this is when you rewrite the code to be cleaner without changing what it actually does. So if you run /review, and for example, Claude tells you have duplicate code, you can just tell it, I see the smell. Refactor that duplicate logic into a shared helper file, so I only have to manage it in one place. It's basically digital housekeeping. Making sure your digital house does not stink. Do you think your current dashboard project has any of these smells yet? Or has Claude been keeping it pretty clean? Wow, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I've been doing audits as I've been going, but this whole smell thing is very new to me. I mean, I get it like in different terms that I've heard about this stuff before, but yeah, I mean, there's probably some kind of like dead code or duplicate code somewhere on this project that I haven't searched for yet, but I'm gonna wait to do like a full audit once I'm done, and then I just audit like, you know, after I do the major features, just the features that I built. It's a very solid strategy in the developer world. We call that feature complete refactoring. It's often better to get the car running first, major features, before you start worrying about the smell of the engine. Okay. Yeah, if you try to make every line of code perfect while you're building, you'll never actually finish the project. Yep, that's another way to say what I have been saying over and over, and just been like, that's like the biggest lesson I've learned, I think, over the last major build I did. So context is king. Claude needs to see the entire feature working to know if a piece of code is actually dead or just waiting to be used by the next function. Batching the work, it's easier to tell Claude, okay, the LinkedIn tab is done, now audit the specific file for the duplicate code than it is to do it line by line. Avoid refactoring loops. Sometimes if you audit too early, the AI will change a function name to be cleaner, but then your other files that you haven't fixed yet will break because they're still looking for the old name. That was another thing I was mentioning, that's just a different way to say it. You finally finish the major features and you're ready for that full audit. Don't just ask Claude to fix everything. The only smell I should probably care about right now is hard-coded keys. Yeah, I've been watching for that, but should have already changed them all, and I remember I already said it, so it like had like a $10 limit on it. Okay, so basically to me it sounds like everything in that new Explore and Understand Your Code, those were all features that Claude had before, isn't this correct? Yeah, most of the magic in that box consists of things Claude could technically do before, but Anthropic just gave them official names and buttons to make them easier to find. Okay. So what's new then? Some stuff is new. The skill tool. Claude can now discover its own commands. If you ask a question that sounds like it needs a security check, Claude can decide to trigger the security review tool automatically. This actually is new, creates a new prompt caching trick to give you a summary of what you did yesterday without rereading. And then /focus, this is for streamers. It's a new UI mode that hides all the thinking and tool call junk, so your viewers can actually read the chat. Hides all the thinking and tool call junk, so they can read the chat. Might have to try that one out. But to me, like, I benefit from reading when it's thinking. Helps me understand better what it's doing. Yeah, this podcast part should be a lot quicker to build. Maybe not, but basically, I mean, the podcast would just be like a description from what I understand. But yeah, all this stuff anyway, like, I'm just gonna build it, and then when I'm actually like, wait till the first time I'm using it, and then I'll start making it better. And I'll just, like, you know, make it good to use it the first time, make sure it's working, and then I'll, like, you know, for the podcast, then I'd post it, listen to the podcast, learn what I want to change for next time, and each time I use this dashboard, I'm gonna try to, like, I will make it better each time. So yeah, it's really tough to, like, focus on, like, making it perfect before you actually start using stuff. It's best to just start using it and learn as you go to make it better. Respect, respect, respect every time. The everything vibe. Pick up yourself. Massive respect. Every time, every time, every time. How you doing today? Feeling alright myself. Just making progress. Gotta deal with progress every day. In some type of way. So I would say. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Go ahead and like up that like button. Big up the like button. Respect the subscribe button if you have not already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. And then when it comes to comments, you know what to do. Questions, comments, always cool with me. Sometimes the Nightbot doesn't want to see. Yesterday people type in caps, but they didn't mean anything bad by it, and the Nightbot was getting after them. So I'm trying to adjust the Nightbot as I go, but if you do something and the Nightbot tries to break the flow, don't worry about it, just let me know. And I'll tell the Nightbot to lay off and just let people be. Because that's what I want to see. People being free to do what they want to do. As long as it's not hurting me or you. That's the way it goes. Alright. Oh yeah, I was just about to learn about this new caveman skill I heard about. I just learned or heard about a new skill called caveman for Claude. Can you explain that to me? What is the caveman skill? Big up Chicago, Quigago, every time, respect. Today I'm working on the personal brand dashboard, personal brand system, personal brand social media system. So I'm just finishing up the podcast part of it, and I'm about to test that, and I'll show you kind of the basics of what the dashboard does. Just gonna paste this into Claude. Claude should give me a list of things to test. Okay, so here we go. What I can do is I can take a stream. This is the ingestion. And I did not name it that. This is like the technical name. So basically I can just give the URL to say like a stream that I made, like this stream right here. And even if I wanted to, I could wire this up so automatically once I finish a stream, it just automatically does this. But I just give it the URL, tell it the title, hit analyze stream, and it's gonna go over and find like clips and like basically organize it into letting me know where certain parts of the stream are, certain topics that I want to post. This repurposer was like an old thing that I had, was not working the best. This is where I would like get the transcript and copy and paste the transcript and do it that way. Got content, so you got ideas that would come through analytics. Got the analytics for each social media. It's not hooked up yet, but it's wired, so all I gotta do is like hook up the APIs. It'll give me like good suggestions based on what's working. Then I can do like try my own titles. I can use one of those suggestions. This will automatically get filled in with their suggestion. Then I can go create a thumbnail. This will automatically get filled in based on what I want. Got this hooked up where it's using a bunch of different image APIs, and over time I'll see which ones work the best. And you got like descriptions and tags, and for shorts, probably move that shorts to its own tab. Community post, community growth, finding trending videos in your niche, base library. This is for the thumbnails. And that was all for... Originally I had this part just wired for YouTube, so I'm going to have to go back over that later and just make sure that it's wired correctly for everything. So then what I would do is schedule. So this is in the wrong order, I got to change that. Basically after it goes through a stream, it will break it into chunks. And it will give me like titles and information on each chunk that would be best for each different platform. So I've already approved these. There's like a button I can approve things, edit it, or skip it. Once I approve it, I can go to distribute and click each individual channel. It'll show all the posts that I approved. Got the overall analytics dashboard. This is all just mock data right now. It's not hooked up with everything. But like this should really be like the home page right here. So like all this stuff is not that important. I can change it later easily. And then I got the email marketing weekly newsletter generator. Definitely have a lot more to do with this, with getting the prompts right so that it's like my brand voice. But let's see, what are we testing right now? Approval, Q7 and approval queue, distribute, podcast. Coming soon, API connection needed. So I cannot click refresh queue and a card appears. Okay. So when I go to distribute and podcast, it says distribute to podcast coming soon, API connection needed. And I'm live streaming right now, so I'm not going to be able to hook up this API connection right now, but that's as far as I can get with this test. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was an API connection issue, because it should be mock data. Right, the tab itself doesn't need any API connection to test. Oh man. Yeah, some kind of freeze. I knew I should have got rid of that thing right there. Alright, I gave it that prompt. I've never had this happen before. It seems like it's frozen. It says, do you want to proceed? Selected on yes, I'm hitting enter, it's not working. I'm able to click on like files in the file explorer, but I feel like it's not working. I really wish I would have disabled that new pop-up explore and understand your code bar. I feel like it has something to do with it. I was right, yeah, it's a new feature and sometimes it blocks input when pop-ups mid-task. Try pressing escape. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, nope. Claude LLM was like, you need to restart your terminal. And I was like, nah, there's got to be a better way. What's up, Jake? Respect every time. Big up yourself. Doing pretty good. How about you? Working on the personal brand system. First thing I did was the Substack feature. Now I'm doing the podcast feature, I believe. Yeah, I'm doing the podcast, and no mismatch. Just finding out why it was not updating the data. Alright, I got it working again. I got rid of that bar and it started working. So it's definitely that new bar that caused the problem. I'm about to post the results from the last prompt. Oh, I bet you that was the problem last time. I just didn't refresh it. Okay. At the project browser. How's it going, Matt Dev? App is going good. Respect every time. Oh, that's right. Jake still gotta wait till his limit resets. So, yeah, Jake, do you hear about the new update with Claude Code? I was just going over that at the beginning of the stream. They just did like update on their, I guess, their web app. And they're trying to get people to use that instead of these IDEs. But from what I looked at, it's still not that good yet. The main feature it seems like they're pushing is being able to manage multiple agents, something like anti-gravity. Alright, hard reset. Yeah, it's working now. Awesome. So where was the test? Let's see. Matt Dev saying the IDE is so much better. You think it's better? Yeah, I haven't tried it yet, but all the research I've been doing is saying that it's brand new, so there's still people reporting a lot of bugs. That the code quality is still better with the Claude Code in the terminal on an IDE like VS Code. Doesn't hallucinate as much, but it just has those extra features. But over time, I think from what it sounds like, it'll be better. Yup, automate posts and videos and things like that. And this is something where like I'm building it out now and I'll make it better like as I go. Make it so it's like more my voice, more what I would say. And that'll just take like, you know, dialing it in over time. Oh, Matt Dev, you're talking about the terminal. Okay, yeah. No doubt, I understand. Definitely the IDE version seems to be, everyone agrees here, that IDE version works better still. And definitely even with this tool that I'm making, like it's still not going to do anything unless I approve it. I'm not going to give it the permission to just post like any random thing. I got to make sure it's good before I post it, and I'm able to change it to make it how I want it. Alright. Fresh queue card appears. Yup. Review and post. Yeah, everything is pre-filled. Add an episode number like 25. Where do I do that? Oh, here we go. Schedule toggle. Yep, next Monday at 6 a.m. Copy episode package. paste it in the tab. It's working. Let's see, prepare success card shows. Yup. Buzz sprout and transistor links. Okay. There we go. That is working good. Yes, everything is working good this time. On to the next. So, they're supposed to come out with a competitor to Google Stitch soon too. Definitely would like to try that. I really like Google Stitch, but people were telling me it's still like not the best quality for UI. But yeah, the more UI tools, the better. That's something, I haven't really built anything that yet. Like this right here, UI doesn't matter at all, because really, mostly I would just see this, especially until it's like, you know, it's going to take probably months of using this and constantly like, you know, upgrading it and making it better in all different types of ways before it's where like I would say it's good. And then even then, like I'll still be like making some upgrades probably, but like not that often after I get it to where it's like dialed in. And then the only people that would be really seeing it are me, or as if like anybody I hire to help me manage this stuff. And then they can just use this system. So the UI doesn't matter for this at all. But yeah, definitely like learning about UI and trying those new tools. I'm gonna commit this one. Opus 4.7 probably releasing soon also. Yeah, that's actually, I did not know that. Thanks for letting me know that, because that, I think that would be awesome. Like, better quality code. That one I think I would like get the most value out of any feature I've heard about really in the last like week or two. But yeah, they added this new search bar in the terminal, and it was like glitching, like just visually it was like annoying, but then it made it so, and it was like asking me if I was like, you know, allowing it to make changes, it would freeze up that screen, so I had to get rid of it. Looks like the calendar is next. A visual weekly calendar showing all scheduled content across every platform at a glance. Biggest front-end build of the session. So most of this stuff should already be built with the back end. It's just giving it like a UI to display it differently. Going to plan mode. Oh yeah, I was just learning about that caveman skill. Caveman is the viral meta skill that is taking over Claude Code right now. It's not an official Anthropic feature, it's a community built skill. Here's the breakdown. So, big up Ricardo Welcome to the chat. Respect every time. Asking, you've been in automations, N8N. I know what that is for 3 months at this point. N8N was like how a system like this would have been built before Claude Code. And do I think you really need to learn coding before jumping into Claude Code? No, I didn't. I think it would help if you go on the internet, find some free books about like the main coding languages that you're going to be using for your projects, which is probably going to be Python, and just skim through those books. You know, take maybe like 20 minutes, half hour, skim through the book, get like a basic understanding of like, you know, how the code is structured, mainly how it logically works. Like it helped me a lot to understand like the if then type of logic, just to like get a better idea of how code kind of thinks. Because a lot of the stuff I built so far has not been very logical. Like it was dealing with like stock markets and stuff like that, which, you know, you can't predict it. It's not really logical. And the way code works, it wants to think logically. So like I was understanding how like code wasn't understanding certain things because the way it is formatted and it thinks. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. And let's see. No, I have the max plan, the 200. I started with the $20 plan. Definitely hit my 5-hour limits, like maybe after a week of just using it. But I would say, yeah, if you're just starting Claude Code, just start out with the $20 plan, because, you know, you'll probably have a learning curve to where you're not going to be like, you know, running it that much for like bigger things. Get to know it first, and you probably won't need to like run through, you know, a whole usage. But once you find yourself hitting that usage, and if you don't want to wait, and if you have the money, I would totally recommend to upgrade. From what I understand, the $20 plan also has limitations with like during peak hours and stuff like that. So there's more advantages to the max plan than just like the amount of usage you get. So yeah, some people think you should definitely learn to code before using Claude Code, and some people say it's not necessary at all because, like, you know, a year from now, this stuff is going to be improved so much that you just won't need to know code at all. Like it might not even be like printing the code that it writes. It'll just like, you just give it prompts and it's like, boom, done, I did it. But yeah, who knows? I mean, I'm in a position where like I'm in the middle. Like I'm new to this game. I don't want to say that either side is right or wrong, but for myself, I'm definitely building awesome things. And with anything in life, I think the main thing is just like, you'll learn a lot more from actually doing something than researching something. But researching is gonna help depending on how much research you do. That's what the Anthropic CEO has been fear-mongering for 3 years now. Yeah, I've heard about that. I think what you're saying is they're saying you don't need to learn code because it's gonna like take care of it for you. But yeah, it's hard to say. And being someone like me who is hearing both sides of the story, I'm like, I'll just keep building, and if I have to learn like certain things of code as I go, and I keep watching the code that it's writing while I'm building, seeing how it changes code, always making sure that I'm reading every like prompt that I give it, everything that it gives me as a response, doing audits, stuff like that, and I just learn little by little just by doing that. Using normal Claude LLM as an assistant for building workflows. Your questions are coming because of the holes the code could have. I would recommend get the what's it called? OpenAI Codex. Use that for auditing. That way, like, Claude is not searching its own code to try to find bugs and holes. You could have do audits after like each main feature you build, and more likely to catch things. I definitely catch things that more stuff with Codex than I do with Claude. Also, definitely learn about context. Do some research on like what the context window is. You know, just ask the LLM how to manage context better when you're building stuff. That's one of the main things. I would say scaffolding or architecture, developing architecture. That'll help, especially with context. So at the end of the day, when you actually ship products that actually matter and people use, that's when people understand knowing code is extremely important. Every line of code is a liability. It doesn't matter if you have 5 users. All these people who say learning to code doesn't matter, hasn't shipped anything that matters to users. You can't listen to them. But so like I hear you, and I've heard other people say that, but I mean, there's definitely, I've heard of many people who don't know how to code that have shipped apps that are, you know, like $1 million apps, and they did not know how to code. So people have definitely done it. I'm just not sure. Alright, yeah, definitely not sure what the actual risks are. As long as you're like making sure security is good. So there's a guy Where You Live in Italy, which is a pretty famous streamer. He built a software for his fans fully with Claude Code, and they broke it and stole anything in 2 hours. Okay, I don't know exactly what he did wrong, but definitely research security. And there's a lot of things you can do security-wise. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a risk that you're gonna be taking. There's things you can do. So like if they stole his API keys, like you can put limits on your API keys. Say like go to like API key and say like, you know, don't use more than $10 worth of credits without notifying me. That's a major thing you can do to protect yourself. But the way I look at it is like, okay, this guy built something, he did something wrong. People broke into it. So now, what I would do if I were him, I would look at it like that's part of life. People are always going to try. There's always people out there that are going to, instead of wanting to create something, they're just going to be like trying to find what they think is an easy way, but the like long-term cost of like trying to like rob from people and stuff like that, they you know, like forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. The karma and the consequences karmically, and just like, you know, their life in general, that they're not providing any value to society. Like if they understood that, they would not be doing that. But I mean, the time it takes for them to like do like stealing stuff and scamming stuff, they could have actually been building stuff and providing value. So that guy who got his stuff stolen, I would say he should go and find out what it was in the code, how they broke in, and learn from that. So like every opportunity, give thanks, because it's a learning opportunity. So if like, you know, something happens to you in life and you just quit and you're like, well, people broke into this guy's stuff, so, you know, or that guy, like someone broke into like my first project, so I'm not going to create any more projects. It's like, well, why not just like, you know, you've already put in the work. This is what you want to do. This is like, you know, heart of the battle is sweet of the victory. Like nothing good in life is going to come easy for the most part. So yeah, you just got to learn from that stuff, I feel like. So the projects where people didn't know how to code and it worked are few and far between, but it is possible. It's definitely been done. The number of people who did it that you can count on one hand. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure how many there are, but it is definitely possible. You think they made SQL injection, if you're not wrong. He also probably has some keys open in the code. You're not sure specifically. Yeah, Sounds like you understand like SQL injection stuff and keys in the code. So I mean, you're definitely like understanding this somewhat. Like you've already got a basic understanding of this stuff. So you know, if you understood that, then if either one of those things were the issue, those are pretty easy to fix. But let's see. I got this part of the build done. But yeah, that's interesting. So like you don't know how to code. Did you just learn those like those terms and those concepts about SQL injection and keys in the code from watching that guy build stuff in Italy that you know of? Is that how you learn that stuff? Because I feel like to me like that's like you definitely have like you already have some coding knowledge. Okay, schedule, calendar are gonna do a test on the project. There we go. Welcome back, Matt. Alright, so schedule, calendar. Do I see 7-day columns with today highlighted in gold? Yes, I do. Are there content cards in the correct days columns based on their suggested times? Looks good to me. That button works. Click the next week arrow. Does the date range update and card shift? Yes, they do. Click this week. Does it jump back to the current week? Yes, it does. Click TikTok filter pill. Do only TikTok cards show? This part is not working. Okay. Click any card. Does it expand to show full preview? Yep. Click mark posted. Then it changes to green. Yes, it does. Drag the browser window narrow. Single day view. Yes, it does. That's awesome. So I can use it on my mobile when I'm away. I don't have to be at my computer to run this. It's awesome. Click the plus on an empty day. Does it navigate to the approval queue? Yep. That's a real publishing system taking shape. Yes, it is. Alright, so the one problem with it was... What are they called? The filter pills do not do anything. Everything worked except that part about the filter pills, like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. None of them work. Like when I scroll over them, it highlights it, but when I click them, nothing happens like it's supposed to. So back to the chat. Just watching things online. The project you're building, you use so many queries for Postgres, SQL. So you kind of know how it works. Claude made the queries. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're definitely like learning like the basic stuff already. Dude, I would say just get started. Start building. And you know, you can always like go learn code when it's necessary. But yeah, some people are saying, like, you're seeing it right here, you know. Some people are saying it's definitely necessary. Some people are saying it's not. But I'm guessing, like, the more you know, the quicker you're gonna pick it up. What am I building? Oh, I'm building this personal brand marketing system. And make sure to use the little form SAS if you ever need a form. So this is SAS, yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure which form you're talking about. If you care about building long-term software, there's no way around it. No way around using your SAS form. I'm not really sure what that is, or is it, if that's what you're saying, I guess. Let's see. Learning to code. Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely will keep doing a little bit each day for just learning code. But even just watching like Claude Code or Codex like do audits and stuff, like that helps me like understand code and learning code. But like I just haven't like written any code yet, I guess. You can also tell like if you're working with Claude as an LLM, tell it to actually like write the code in for your prompts instead of instructions, and then just read the code before you post it, and then that'll help you learn too. Alright, gonna do this bug. No doubt. Yeah, enjoy your sleep. Getting late where you're at, for sure. Claude doesn't really architect things in scalable, correct ways. Just kind of slimes it. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. I guess like refactoring is kind of what you'd want to do at the end of a project anyway. From what I understand, that's like how to solve that. Understanding like architecture and everything. But yeah, definitely that's your main issue. Okay, so like understanding the architecture. You feel like Claude gets that the most problems with that. Okay. You can't stand it when it just slams code in. I hear you. Yeah, I'm gonna look more into that. Alright, said it fixed it. So I'm gonna test it. There we go. Yeah, it's working. Awesome. So the last thing I was talking about was caveman skill. Viral meta skill is taking over Claude Code right now. It's not an official Anthropic feature. It is, the idea is simple. Why use many token when few token do trick? Not sure why Claude is writing it out like that for Gemini. It's a specialized markdown file. It's a skill that you drop into your Claude Code config folder. It forces Claude to stop being polite, stop using filler words, and stop explaining things you already know. I pretty much have to tell it that every time anyway, so yeah, I understand why that would be or why that would help. Paste the hash. What do I want to tackle next? Cross-platform analytics. But that was already done. Yeah, I thought that was already done. Newsletter distribute tab is not there. Alright, I thought we already did the cross-platform analytics. Maybe I'm mistaken. But like, it basically just shows like all the different platforms and like subscriber counts and stuff like that. So if you agree that that's what we already built, then let's do option B next. I'm even gonna go back up to C. I should have taken it as a note, but there we go. Seems like Claude is starting to forget. So I'm going to take a note of that and put it on the side. Make sure I keep that I'm running Claude and Claude is not running me in a loop. Alright. Yeah, the architecture side seems like it's much easier to learn than actually like writing code. And I mean, then there's like writing code and then there's like writing code really good, which sounds like, you know, people have told me if I really like, you know, make it a full-time job, I could learn to write code at like a beginner level in like 3 to 6 months, but it sounds like it would take years to like get good at like, you know, complex stuff. Right, newsletter distribute tab. All right. Trying to understand when to use which language, which tool, which approach. Yeah, same here. And I'm usually just asking, like, I'll ask like Claude and Gemini, and usually they give me the same answer every time about which one to use. And it seems every time I like, you know, get a recommendation to try a new language, I just get advised by Claude and Gemini that that language isn't the best language to use for whatever project I'm working on. and to go with their recommendations and to not try using a new language just for like the sake of it when it doesn't fit the project. But yeah, definitely once I finish learning about this caveman skill, I know I did like a quick like crash course in architecture, but I'm gonna go back to that, understand more what Matt's talking about with slamming code. Okay, so the caveman skill forces Claude to stop being polite, stop using filler words, stop explaining things you already know. So normal Claude, I've analyzed your JSON file and noticed that the path for the YouTube titles was nested incorrectly. I've updated the code to use flat read path instead. Let me know if you'd like me to run the test. Caveman Claude. Plugin JSON path, nested, flat, code fixed, run test. Okay, so caveman sounds like definitely for people who understand how to write code. If I did caveman, I would be missing out on a lot of really like helpful learning stuff. So wow, okay. The main reason people are using it cuts your output tokens by 65 to 75%. That's pretty big. So it can like double to triple your usage runway by making Claude's responses extra short. Fewer tokens to generate means the response pops up on your screen almost instantly. High signal to noise, it removes the AI yapping. You get the fixed code and nothing else. So you can just put it install it directly as a plugin. Once installed, you just type /caveman into your session to turn it on. You can even pick an intensity level. And this sounds like something that I would want to use once I start getting better at this and I start getting close to hitting limits. So back to the comments. Great part about AI is it's really dumb, so you can scaffold and build easy because it will make it work. The bad news is it's dumb, so you have to really hold its hand to do stuff right. Exactly. We run AI, AI doesn't run we. AI is going to try to sound confident and tell you that it knows the right way to do certain things. And it can just send you in a loop of like things that don't work. And it's just like, oh, that doesn't work. Well, this definitely will work then. And you can just do that for hours and hours if you just let it take you on those loops. And other ways it can like do similar things if you just let it like run you. So yeah, you want to make sure you're like, I always think of AI like an employee. Like I have to manage it. Like I'm not going to let an employee tell me how to run my business. I'm going to take its advice, but you know, the more I use it, the more I understand where it runs into problems, and the better I get at being quick to realize when it doesn't know what it's talking about, and then I can just go talk to a different LLM, rephrase the prompt, do a web search, something like that. So Jake's thinking about putting in some time to an online course for architecture. And yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm sure there's a lot of free and cheap courses out there, but I've just found that like I can just be a lot quicker at just asking AI to teach me something than like doing a course. But everybody learns differently, so. Sniffling out can really save a lot of time. Sniffing out. Was that about I just learned about code smells today. So that's what I'm guessing you're talking about, sniffing out the code smells, maybe. Yeah, I did not know about that term until today. So yeah, learning new things every day. Hello, Mr. Stop Loss. Respect every time. Big up yourself. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're learning something new. It's like you're coming through the financial info. You've seen the course that they connected Claude to TradingView. I watched a few videos on that. People are connecting Claude to TradingView. I'm more like the idea of make my own custom TradingView, which is the main project that I made that I'm almost finished with. I'm just doing security and stuff that I gotta do off stream. So I thought I was gonna have it done this weekend, but it's taken me a little bit longer than I thought. So I'm building this personal brand dashboard system right now while I'm finishing the security on the side, and that should definitely be done by this week. So like by next week, I'll have this dashboard finished this week, finish the security, be ready to ship and launch the really awesome investing platform that I made, and then I'll start with the marketing system for that most likely. Oh, so Jake, you're talking about when the LLM is really confident but still wrong. Okay, that's what you mean by sniffing it out. Okay. You didn't see anyone talking about what you want to do because you don't know if you ever tried to attach a machine learning to expert advisor. Yeah, I already did that. Yeah, I did that. That was like the last step of what I built. I have created an advisor / coach, but that's like I wasn't able to build that part on stream because that's like proprietary. Like 90% I was able to build on stream, but I was advised not to build that on stream. That's like the kind of thing that I would get a patent for. But yeah, it's definitely possible. Question is like, are you gonna build it in a way that's better than the other ones out there that provides more value? Because there's so many different ways you could make it. So if you can make it in a way that people like to use your version better, then that's business. People are gonna spend their money where they get the most value. So I'm like just looking at other people in the space in the same niche and just trying to collaborate with them. I don't want to see them as competition. I'm not trying to really compete. I'm just trying to like collaborate and learn from people. Only competing against myself, trying to be better than the day before. So let's see. It is really limited because machines cannot predict nicely the future movements. You're in the project of using it as a machine learning live function using this Claude attached. Respect. Thank you for the subscription. And yeah, if anyone else is watching, make sure you up the like button. Gets this valuable information out to more people. Can get more people out there creating value. Building things that will benefit society. Subscribe to if you haven't already, coming through with new information steady. Also, yeah, I'll be back to next week at the latest. I'll be back to working on the finance stuff again. And I would have to say, just one thing I was thinking of, you're right, it cannot predict future movements. I mean, nobody can predict future movements unless they have insider information. But one thing to keep in mind, if you're gonna create something that you're gonna be selling, or even I don't even know if it's just, even if you make it for free, you want to look into the SEC and other regulations and guidelines, because you got to be real careful about your advisor not advising people to actually like buy or sell things, or saying that, like, you definitely think like a certain price is going to get reached or something like that. So yeah, definitely look into those regulation-ary things. Alright, this part is done. test it out. I'm gonna do that hard refresh. Go to email, newsletter, generate a newsletter with any topic. The topic is understanding SEC regulations for creating investment coaching products. And go to email, send. Wait, so go to email, newsletter, generate a newsletter with any topic. Generating takes 20 to 30 seconds. And I thought there was already something wired in so that it creates a newsletter topic based on like the main topic for that week. Okay. So with the I went to the email newsletter. I put in a topic. I didn't put in the rest of the fields, like what did I build or learn this week? Where is the challenge right now? What is the call to action? I just did the topic. I hit generate newsletter package. It thought for about 30 seconds. Then it came back with an error message. It said AI returned invalid JSON. Try again. Yep, gotta automate everything. The just staying consistent, consistently building, trying to implement at least like one new thing every day, every build. And yeah, the more I can automate, the better. Start out with the main thing that takes up the most of your time and automate that, and then just go from there. And the more you automate, the more you have time to do just the most important things, because that's the goal, is just being the CEO. Have systems and employees handle everything else so I can just spend. Brain power is the main power, so I want to spend the majority of my brain power just focus on CEO tasks, which are high level tasks. Yeah, I feel like a year of just like keep building, I'll get really good. I'm already getting like good at this, but I'll get really good at this. Just get everything automated, everything dialed in. And before I know it, it'll be just CEO stuff. What days do I go live? Trying to do it at least Monday through Friday. But right about now, it may be like I was doing 6 days a week for a while, but at least Monday through Friday. Like right now, I know this weekend, if I can get everything ready to ship for the finance project, I might just like not even take a day off, because I just want to keep building, and I like going live and I like building live. It's awesome being able to help people, and it's awesome getting help from people who know more than me, so just keep on building. Alright, clean fix. I'll try it again. Newsletter. Oh yeah, refresh. I am focused on implementing and learning the SEC regulations for building a advisor or coaching finance project. I built a financial project that has a free tier where people can learn how to invest through games mainly, and then a paid tier where people can make real-time paper trades with fake money, and each trade will create a journal entry, or each buy and sell will create a journal entry. It's about investing, not trading. And then it will save it to a log, and then that will give the coach information so that it can advise them and coach them properly. I have not made any income yet on this challenge so far. The call to action is to launch the Finance Hub project. Now click generate newsletter, and it should work this time. Pouring up some more water. Work this time. Even got a header image prompt. Take this prompt to the thumbnail generator tab. I think I would build a tab right here that would just, instead of giving me the prompt, it can just create the image. But I'll do that later. I want to keep building the main features. Social announcements. So that's working now. Yes, everything that you told me to test on the email feature is not working. What do you recommend we build next? Oh, my fault. It is working. That is a confirmation that everything is working that you told me to test. So I was about to say, what are we going to build next? But I'm wondering, do you think it's time to do an audit? Do a commit and then an audit. So I'm doing this audit with Codex. Just going to tell Claude to use Codex for the audit. Do I prefer to trade based on volume, chart, indicator, or multi? I prefer to trade just based on the chart. I used to, so mostly I invest. I try to do swing trades, like, you know, I'll be in a trade for like maybe like 1 day to a few days. But I used to use like every indicator. But over time, I use less and less indicators to the point where now I just look at the chart. And I only trade, for the most part, crypto. And I'm like 90% of my trades are Bitcoin. Just focus on Bitcoin chart. You know, over time, kind of like people say, like each chart kind of has its own personality. So, gotten to know Bitcoin and how it runs. Being said, checking right now. And yeah, looking at Bitcoin right now, feeling like most likely it's at a range. It's like at the top of its range, so I'm not in any trade right now, just kind of watching it to see if it breaks down or breaks up. But I'm guessing most likely it's going to break down. How about you? What do you are you a trader, and what do you use when you make trades mainly? So no caveman feature. Oh yeah, I want to learn more about the somebody from the chat was mentioning how they think Claude does not really architect things in a scalable, correct way, and they don't like it when Claude just slams the code in. Can you better explain this to me as though I'm a beginner? Jump around. Mr. Stop Loss likes to use all the indicators, but now this few years you're too focused more on charts and size of candles, velocity of volume, some new methods. You find that this supercomputers have taken out many classic indicators from the game. You're trying not to build an expert that works within the biggest mage of Forex pairs. Okay, I don't really trade Forex myself, but I did make a Forex tool kind of for beginners. Oh, not no now. Oh, you're now you're trying to build an expert. Okay. Yeah, I've got in my description on YouTube. I did like a Forex tool. That should be there. And yeah, I mean, what I'm finding is like with coding, with vibe coding, you don't even need to like look at the indicator. You can just wire it up so that it reads you what the indicator is doing. It can go through and backtest and be like, what's the best indicator that works the most time for this scenario? There's so much you can do. And just trying to stay on top of like what people are building so I can see what's out there. But this stuff is evolving quick. And it seems like the most hyped up and requested thing is people want trading bots. But it sounds like those are not really reliable yet. I've definitely like built the foundation of building those and like through back testing and finding strategies for different stuff, but I haven't tried testing it with paper trading yet. What's left from the list? What's up, has 3? Respect every time. The biggest range. Oh, I see what you're saying. The biggest range of Forex pairs. Okay. So yeah, if you want to check out the Forex tool I made, the link is in the YouTube description. Let me know what you think of it. Definitely, I'm not. I don't trade Forex. It's just not like something I'm more interested in. But yeah, I think I kind of made that just for like beginners to understand it better. So if anything, maybe you get like some inspiration on there of like what's possible to build. Let's see. I was just looking at. So today I've completed full distribute layer, all 7 platforms plus email. I did some of the platforms yesterday. Scheduled the calendar tab. Yep, I did that. Email pipeline end to end. That is done. So schedule layer is done. Content layer, existing tabs to improve. Got to make the thumbnail generator better. That I'll wait till everything is built out, all the main features. Stream repurposer upgrade. Connected to the ingestion pipeline so it auto-populates instead of manual paste. Okay, yeah, I'll do that later after all the main features. Got the analytics layer. Email layer, I've done that. Collaboration system. I did that before, but I want to make it better, so I'll wait till all the main features are built out. Got the skills. Phase 2 infrastructure. SQL migration, job queue, retry logic, session persistence, security. That's all stuff for after everything's done being built. And then future platforms can do landing pages, Discord integration. Still got to do that. Book pipeline. I'll wait to do that later. I think book pipeline should just be a different tool altogether. So it looks like next would be either the ingestion. Yeah, I think ingestion layer 2. So I'm going to copy that into... Which one is the 4x helper? Let me check that out real quick. Yeah, I guess I do not see it either. I think that was the very last... I know it was. That was the very last tool I built. So I believe that was... I don't have the link up yet, my bad. That was the very last tool I built. So it'd be day 30. If you go back to like the live streams, vibe coding day 30. I'm going to take a note down right now to add that link. Sorry about that. Yeah, I definitely thought I added that, but must have just forgot because it was the last day of doing the 30 apps in 30 days, phase 1. But anyways, let's see where I was at working on. Oh yeah, there's still more in the chat. Awesome. Yeah, looks like I'm caught up with that. But yeah, I was gonna copy and paste. Yeah, you're probably right. Most of those tools could probably help in Forex trading. I would say my favorite ones are the option spread. I think it's called the option spread Sage. But it's like years ago I read books about option spreads and it took me so long to understand it. And that option spread Sage is like a tool that you can just look at it and you just learn so much quicker. Is FFP Mag already installed on the machine? I think it was, but I'm not sure. Do you have branded intro and outro videos files ready to attach to clips? No, I don't have these yet. Do not think so. Or wait. Like I do, just not on the... I gotta explain that to it. So I'm not really sure what you mean for like ready to attach. I don't believe I have anything on the dashboard ready. I did run through a live stream with the ingester and it created some like clips, but I don't think it actually made like the video parts of the clips, just like the text for like what it was. But I do have some videos that are ready to post that I just have not like created thumbnails and stuff for. How much do I want to tackle today? Build them all. There we go. Definitely. And there's one that's pretty cool for it's got like a back tester on it. And basically you can, I think I only had that one wired up for crypto. So if you're building stuff with crypto, the data with the APIs for crypto, it's really easy to get it for free. But with stocks, the free tier is really limited. So with that one, made more sense to do it with crypto. But basically the way it works is you can pick any crypto and you can try like different indicators and like, you know, adjusting the indicators, adding different indicators on top of indicators, and then going and doing back testing to see like, you know, what percentage of the time, like I think it was the last 2 years, like how much percentage would you have made over the last 2 years using that strategy. Then there's a button where you can, where it'll automatically run every single variation of every indicator through the machine and find the best combination of indicators for the best results for backtesting for each different crypto. That one was pretty cool. Okay, so back to the build. Checking to make sure we got this FFmpeg. I believe we do. It's mandatory for any trader to at least try options a few times. Yeah, it definitely helps with like understanding, if anything. But with time is just too much exhausting. Yeah, it's definitely like everybody has their own like style. Everybody's like certain types of trading. I myself don't really do like options trades. If anything, I would more likely to do an option to like hedge an investment. I guess that's kind of a trade. Maybe with the new AI integration, game can change for options trading. I think it's going to change the game for every trading and every kind of investing. And that's a big reason I want to get into it, because I've always seen a massive wealth gap that's just getting worse. And I feel like the best solution to that is just to teach the masses of people how to invest. And I think if everybody, because you know, like you get the right tools out there, you could teach people how to invest, I feel like within like, you know, 6 months to a year. And I think as far as like, you know, people becoming financially independent goes, that's like the one biggest skill they could learn to have like financial freedom and financial independence. And that, I think, of any skill out there, that skill, if the masses, the majority of people knew that skill and actually implemented it, the wealth distribution in the world would be much more equal. So that is my inspiration for building what I'm almost done building. Even though I'm almost done with it, it'll still be like making it better over time. But anyways, back to the build. Looks like it's not installed. I was wrong. Finding indicators to historic data doesn't necessarily provide any predictive value. The way you use invest in trading is confusing. Yeah. No, I always try to say that like you're right. And it is confusing because like when I built the tool, AI was always trying to like do things in trading terms, and I had to keep reminding it like this is for investors. Like, do not, like the tools I made on the first 30 days, some of those were more for traders. But the main hub that I built is for beginner investors. And Claude just keep wanting to like phrase things for traders, and also trying to use like language that, like you're saying, is like definite. Whereas like none of these things provide definite answers. They're all just like, you know, likelihoods and probabilities. So I want to make sure that when I built this tool I'm working on right now, not just for SEC regulations, but just for like teaching people the right way, that they're not going to get like hyped up on something that's like, you know, not definite, that they understand everything is just probabilities. And these tools can do better at showing, you know, how probable things are, because like the way most traders explain things is like pretty universal, and there's differences with each like market. So the more you can use these tools to get, you know, percentages like, you know, does this RSI cross, what percentage of time on like, you know, Bitcoin has this RSI crossed, you know, had a 2-month follow through where the price has gone in the corresponding direction or something like that. And it'll give you like a much more realistic like percentage of probability than already existed. Or if you did it yourself, it would take a long time to figure it out. Yep, because investments, I feel like investments indicators do help people, because I feel like the main thing for investing is you want to learn the best time to buy. But as like myself and most people, I feel like in the investing and trading space learn is that start using indicators and they help explain certain things better, certain concepts, but then over time you rely on them less and less. But I totally understand what you're saying. Investing, I mean, it's just like if you're just going to buy and hold for a long time, then the best education is just time. Like, you know, did I buy at the right time? You won't know until like, you know, a year to maybe like 5 years later to tell if you bought when it was like, you know, still going down and you should have waited, or if you waited too long to buy, stuff like that. All right, we need to build this. Open a regular command prompt or PowerShell. Here we go. Implementing something new. New terminal. Also, mindset investing needs to be done periodically. Financial freedom takes many years to reach, and no single one time investment is going to get the job done. Unless you're lucky. But yeah, it's definitely like multiple years. It's not get rich quick. But I feel like that's like, you know, anything that's legit, that can legit like get you rich, can legit like build wealth, that you don't need a degree and stuff, is going to take time. And that's all what I'm trying to include in the coaching part of the project I just built. I'm trying to coach people about like the reality of investing, because I think like, you know, most traders fail from what I understand. Trading is way more difficult than investing, and trading scares a lot of people away from investing. So I'm trying to be really clear that the project I just made is for investing. All my marketing is going to target beginner investors, people who don't know anything about investing. And I'm trying to be as like straightforward as possible about, you know, mostly it just takes time. But if you put in the time, I mean, I feel like, you know, maybe take a couple hours a week to learn it. And then after a few months, you could just, you know, 15 minutes a week, half hour a month, to just make some buys and check out your portfolio. And that's really all you need to, you know, a few years of doing that, and you'll start getting a lot better. All right, the next part. After it installs, close and reopen the terminal, then verify. Okay. It said it installed it correctly. I closed the terminal, then I reopened it, and I tried the next prompt for the version, and it gave me this response. I ran that step 1 prompt in the new PowerShell window, and it gave me this response. A little confused this last month on how NASDAQ being moving its charts parallelly with gold. Pairing, I think you mean pairing with gold. Since a higher gold price should mean higher expenses for tech industries. Okay, yeah, I don't follow gold too much. I know it definitely just had like a big bull run. But I did not know NASDAQ paired its charts with gold. Yeah, higher gold price should have a higher expense for tech industries for sure. So what am I exactly saying users will get better at? I think you mean from the investment project that I built. Investing. So that's knowing the right time to buy, I think, is the main first step. There's a lot to investing though, like everything from knowing when to buy, knowing how to diversify, understanding taxes, understanding the different investments available, understanding risk. I mean, there's a ton. I would say like investing is pretty broad, but I think the biggest part is like, to me, I think the most important thing for investing for a new person is understanding when to buy. When is a good time to buy something? So, you think NASDAQ needs to achieve a new Hadamar for the companies, maybe parameter, for the companies to be able to deal with the super high gold prices without passing the cost to clients? Yeah, it's like all these big companies don't want to take a loss on anything anymore. They want the customers to take it because customers we just keep paying them. And it's like, if we just didn't buy it, then if they said we're making you pay the cost and we just said okay, I'll just go without it, then I feel like these big corporations would change their tune really quick. We got to vote with our money. So you're hoping in a year term period for gold to fall or at least maintain its price so that the Nasdaq and the shares of tech could rise to their new Patamar. Yeah, I would be surprised based on when I saw the gold charts a couple months ago. I feel like I would be real surprised if it anytime soon did like another big run up past the all-time highs. Last I saw it had like dipped a decent amount. So not sure what gold did in the past with the bull runs it had, like how much it dipped after a gold run. But I think most part you're right that it will if gold can just maintain or go down, then shares of tech should be able to rise. But I feel like just with everything in AI, tech should all be rising. A lot of people think it's like a bubble, but I don't. I think AI is just going to get more and more implemented. So you're buying Nasdaq hard this year, and I did see that it was I think the S&P just hit like all-time high today. I did not see Nasdaq though. So there is no right time to buy when it comes to investing. Every time is the right time. I hear what you're saying. But I definitely feel like it's a skill to being able to like definitely I'm just thinking of like Nike for an example. Like I was thinking it was like the best time to buy Nike like a couple months ago. Looking at the chart, I was like, oh, it's the best time to buy it. It's probably going to go up from here. But it still went down more. So yeah, it's the best time to buy it then and now, and just keep buying as long as like that. If you believe in it and it's a good price. But I totally see what you're saying. Like dollar cost averaging, that's definitely a strategy. Different strategies for different people. But yeah, at the end of the day, there's a lot people can learn about investing. When I did my research, most people, beginner investors, are overwhelmed by all the different like options they have for investing. They don't know which stocks to buy, stuff like that. All right, so all right, let's see. There we go. Windows key. Edit the system environment variables. Okay. Okay, I pressed the Windows key, went to environment, variables, and system properties. It was automatically on advanced, so I clicked environment variables. they're showing user variables and then system variables. I clicked edit under system variables, and there was no path option to double click. Also, I just wanted to remind you that I'm doing this on live stream. I'm not showing the environment variables window, but I just want to make sure the information you're showing me on this screen right now is not a security risk that I would need to change. Awesome. Okay. Alright, I didn't see the path, so I gotta go back to user variables, Windows key, environment variables. It's not it. There we go. Still not showing up, huh? I did both those methods that you said, and I'm going to paste what looks like an error message here. You're saying it's going to take 10,000 plus purchases over 10 years to build a future for investors. I see what you're saying. Well, that's possible. I think it's something you can't really predict. I think it's different depending on when you enter the market, what you're investing in. This is all assuming we don't have another 20-year lull in the market. Exactly. Already the concept of having to invest to save for the future is a hijack process. Historically, this was not required. Yeah, historically, like, everything was so much cheaper. You could just, like, buy a house from working a minimum wage job for, like, 10 years. One game changer indicator you've been using in the last year is Murray Math Channel. I'll take a note for that. Murray Math Channel. Good to create fluid resistance and supports. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Most likely need a Windows restart after installing FFmpeg. That's good to know. Talking about before our times, work, earn gold, store it, future purchasing power secured. Definitely. Yeah, I feel like Bitcoin has been the main thing that got me into investing, and Bitcoin has done way better than gold in my investing time frame. But yeah, back then it was all about gold, and things just keep changing. So I would say though that with inflation, it's definitely, you used to be able to like keep your money in the bank even if you didn't want to invest, but now you keep your money in the bank and the bank invested and makes money, and then like you lose to inflation. So how can you secure future purchasing power with certainty in the modern world? Nothing's ever certain. Nothing can be certain. I feel like the only thing that's really certain is that we're not going to be here forever. That's the only really certainty in life, I feel like. And can you find an answer to that? And why is there no path? 100% economically. Yeah, there is no 100% with economics, at least as far as I know. It's all about like likelihood and probability, taking risks in life. You know, bigger the risk, bigger the reward. 200 years ago, you were highly certain your gold will maintain purchasing power. I bet you gold was more highly regarded 200 years ago than today, I would assume, from what I understand. So you're saying most likely what I need to do is a Windows reset. So let's see. I'm gonna run this first. The entire Old Testament is about saving for the future. That was a legit, well understood process. Definitely. Like Richest Man in Babylon. That's another one from like ancient times. Even like, you know, the generations before me was Think and Grow Rich. And I feel like it's all kind of the same information, just packaged for like a new generation. So now we got the AI generation. And investing is changing with that for sure. What the research I did is that more younger people, like in their 20s and 30s, are starting to invest than like in the past like 50 to 100 years. And it's like considerably more, and the number is still going up. But most of them are just like guessing. And that's mainly what the research I did says, that the reason more people are investing is because of One within the past, I don't know if it was like 5 years ago, they stopped making it so you had to like pay a fee for every time you bought or sold a stock. And also all these new tools like Robinhood and a bunch of other similar tools that make it easier for people to invest just with like a mobile app. Used to be people like had to call up a broker and pay a fee and all this other stuff you don't have to do anymore. So it's lowering the bar for people to invest. Okay, FMP is installed, working, full build, everything I ever need, including Whisper support built in. Windows just slow to update. Instead of fighting it, we'll tell Node.js. Okay. This to Claude Code. The only certainty in trade is uncertainty. I agree. You never know. Just gotta take risks. But I mean, I totally feel like knowing myself, looking at my investment journey, like I definitely get better. Like every mistake, those are my biggest learning opportunities. And I've gotten much better over the years. And I've definitely hit, had some investments to where not just crypto, but in the stock market too, where I've done like gotten lucky and like invested something and then like a few months later it does like a 5x or a 10x. And I've done that more than once. So definitely possible. Some people got super lucky. Some people, their first investment was like Tesla right before it like blew up. Some people, they weren't even investors and they started working for a company that gave them stock and that they just held it and forgot about it, and then they became like millionaires. So anything is possible. Nothing is 100% certain. But I do believe it is a skill that people can get better at. A lot of it is discipline, like mental stuff. So that's why I think coaching is so important. Not just for coaching people on like, understanding like, simple stuff like diversification and tax like info, tax rates, but also like, revenge trading, mindset stuff, fear and greed, FOMO, how people's emotions can cause them problems, stuff like that. Okay, my bad. I didn't understand you correctly. You had 3. You're saying the well-paved road to financial freedom has been hijacked. Investing is uncertainty, so it hits us twofold. No safe road, number 1, and number 2, most retail investors lose their money. I don't know the stats on that, if it's most of them, but definitely some do. And I think it's more of like how long you're staying in the game for. I think the more time you're in the market, the better the odds are. And you agree that it's a skill. There's armies of highly educated people with software built for the sole purpose of extracting money from the markets. Yes, and not only that, but then you got politicians that are manipulating the markets and telling all their friends to make high leverage trades right before they make announcements that they know is going to manipulate the market to extract as much money from the people that they're supposed to be looking out for as possible. So yeah, it's definitely like, but that's the, like, look at it though, like retail versus what's the word, institution. It's like retail versus institution. So if you know the institutions have like so much money invested into like computers and everything like that, and they have like, you know, large numbers that they can buy at once, you know, for money, but there are ways that that retail can have an edge, especially if they work in numbers. I mean, think about the that was only a few years ago with what was that stock? GameStop. Retail's organized. They saw what the institutions were doing with trying to short these stocks, and they just organized and they said, let's put a short squeeze on these guys, and they did it and it worked. And unfortunately, some of the exchanges like actually shut down, no, we won't let you, like, this isn't fair to the institutional, like, that was wrong. That's why I don't use Robinhood anymore. But that just goes to show right there, like, if it was the other way around and like the institutions like got over on retail, which they do all the time, Robinhood's, I really doubt they're going to shut down their platform so that to save like retail, but they do it for the institutions on the other way around. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's an interesting game. Retail are at a massive disadvantage. Then keep in mind that money can be extracted from movement in both direction. Yes, uncertainty makes you have to be open-minded for change, to change your perspective. Investing is really like, I feel like it's like makes me, it for me personally, I know myself better through investing. I understand my emotions better. I understand like how I deal with money better, and the more I invest, the better I understand myself, and the better I learn, and the more I learn about money and stuff like that. So like, I'm hearing both you guys what you're saying, and I think, you know, what is the solution? Because if you just keep your money in the bank, you're gonna lose it to inflation. You know, you could just buy real estate or assets. Most assets are gonna be liabilities to where you're losing money as soon as you buy something. So like, what is the solution? Because I feel like investing is really, learning to invest is really like the best way to go. I think that not investing is worse than investing. I think that there's a lot of rewards to investing, and I think that at the end of the day, if you put in the work to learn investing, over time it will pay off, and it will pay off more than just putting your money in the bank, I guess, which is the other option. We haven't gotten to finding a solution. First, have to fully understand the problem. I see what you're saying. We're definitely like, you guys get it, like, that's for sure. So like, we get it. Like, what do you think is just to like educate people more on like the problems before they start investing, kind of? I think that's like a good way to put it. But anyways, I'm going to go back to this build for a little while. Phase 2 clip extraction prompt. So I'm building this on top of the clip ingester that I built, I believe it was either yesterday or Monday. Phase 2 ingestion takes the timestamps that Gemini already identified and cuts actual video files from the stream VOD. That's awesome. That is awesome. This is a major, major feature. I think this feature will save me the most time of any feature on this dashboard that I'm building. So this one's definitely going to be in plan mode. Plan mode, max effort. Yeah. It's been 8 years and you don't, 8 years plus and you don't get it. Our human time has been kidnapped and those in power aren't going to let go of it. Yeah, it's, I wish the people in power were more about giving than taking, at least in America. Or everywhere, really. But, like, you know, that's, like, I don't know. Because, like, you know, I can only go from what I've heard about, like, past generations and stuff. And it sounds like it's always people out there looking to grab more power and take more resources than they need. And like we were talking about the other night, we were talking about the Tao and we were talking about stuff like that. And abundance mindset I'm always talking about. Like I always try to keep the mindset of there's enough out there for everybody. You know, nature will always provide. Like nature provides for the birds, the ants, the animals, and the humans. And some people just think that they, you know, that there's only a scarce amount of resources and that they need to hoard them. Like they're going to run out, so they got to get it, you know, before they run out, and they got to just take as much as they can. Some people feel like, you know, their value of a person is based on how many, you know, extra resources they have. And really, like, you know, people have understood this. These are like ancient teachings for like, you know, thousands of years. Like gurus and yogi masters and mystics and all people from all over the world have understood this about, you know, abundance and like the nature provides and just take what you need. And there's way more to life than money. You know, what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose their soul? So this is a very historic, very like ancient dilemma. Tao Te Ching. That was like what we left off on yesterday. Dude posted the that quote from the Tao. Something about you know, managing leaders, like managing people is like cooking a fish. The more you poke at it, the worse it's gonna turn out. Like you just gotta let things be. Like some things the best thing to do is nothing. Like a lot of people out here, you know, worrying themselves sick, working themselves into like a heart attack, you know, spending all their time working just to like accumulate resources, and then they neglect their health and end up having to spend all their resources to pay for medical bills. And I mean, yeah, you know, there's a lot of issues with like society trying to like push people to have consumer mindsets, stuff like that. And at the same time, it's like, you know, it's becoming more and more difficult to exist without having money. but still, there's a lot of people in the world that live off of less than $2 a day and are happy. Imagine here in Brazil, a country of criminals. Never been to Brazil, but yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of crime there. So when an alligator is trying to attack you, the best thing to do is nothing. The vast majority of society is essentially in a situation where they're being economically attacked. I hear what you're saying, and actually sometimes that is interesting that you brought that up, because from what I understand, if a shark or an alligator is trying to attack you, the best thing to do is nothing. Because if you start like trying to like swim away from them super fast and like panic, that triggers their instincts, just like mountain lions or like predators. Like the best thing to do is like stand tall, make yourself big, and just stare them in the eye. The less you do, the better. But that's not everything. But I hear what you're saying. I totally hear what you're saying. Trying to use most of what I'm talking about in trade strategies, fractals and prices, universal law, frequencies. Yeah, that's major mindset. Because like greed, from what I understand and what I believe, fear and greed are the two biggest enemies to trading and investing. Fear and greed are going to mess you up more than anything else. The best investors and the best traders are people who have already made so much money that they know they're set for life, and they like, it's just a game to them. It's just numbers. They don't have that fear and greed anymore because they know like they're good. They got more money than they're ever going to need. Nature laws seems to work even on the market. Yes, it does. Fibonacci. If you know the Fibonacci ratio, that's one of the, for me, that's one of, I think one of the most accurate indicators. And Fibonacci ratio is like the mathematical laws of nature, like pine cones and seashells, galaxies, orbits, stuff like that. All follow that same ratio. What do I think the equivalent of what we were talking about, like doing nothing against an economic machine that is trying to consume the maximal human hours that it can? Resist. I think the best thing to do is, in a way, nothing with there, because stop consuming. You know, if a corporation is getting greedy and like doing stupid things, stop. Like, do you actually need it? Like, because if people just stop consuming, then either they're going to have to adapt by lowering their prices, or they're going to go out of business. And just like, you know, just like a lot of things, like, do you really need it? Like, do you really need to consume? So I think a huge part of it is like unwiring the like need to feel like you have to consume all the time. Because like a lot of people are addicted to consuming. A lot of people, you know, they feel like, you know, they have to go buy something, and that's going to give them like a dopamine spike. And then they buy something, and then they're like really happy about it for like, you know, a short period of time. And then they have to like buy something else. And so many people are caught in that trap. So many people are so confused that they buy things that they think they need, but it's just something that they want. So I think the best way to resist the system is to be less of a consumer and more of a creator. Create things that add value to society. Do what is your like favorite thing to do in life, and get better at it, and improve on that skill, and find a way to use that skill in a way nobody else can, to, even if it's just entertainment, even if it's just making people laugh. I mean, that's good for people's health. You're providing value. The amount of money I feel like you make is going to be equivalent to the value you provide in society. So what I'm making, if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Right now I am creating a feature for this personal brand marketing system to where it is going to break videos down into clips based on like the topic, find the best clips, and then it will, the rest of the system can do things like create images and thumbnails, marketing content, descriptions. And it looks like I'm going to get to test it. So yeah, just like up the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady, and all comments and questions are awesome every time. Massive respect to everybody in the chat, in the comments, in the audience. I'm hoping that I can provide value to everybody in some type of way. Okay, we got the results of the build. Why are having a lot of skills? I'm not sure what you mean. CM Beats. Let me know what you mean. If you can rephrase that question about the skills. Guessing you're talking. Oh, I think I know what you mean. In the all these skills in the file explorer. So like one of them's for like brand voice, community post skills, thumbnail skills. So basically, say I was doing a skill for copywriting, for marketing. So if you know what copywriting is, it's like a marketing language almost. It's like a way to structure and communicate marketing. So I could create a skill that says like, you know, how to style copywriting content, and the I would put all that information in the skill.md file. The alternative would be just to have to write code to do that skill. But if I'm using that skill across multiple things, it would have to like write the same code across multiple features. So by having that skill.md file, the code can just reference that skill.md each time it needs to use that skill. And that's going to make the code leaner, less code to run, and it'll keep the skill constant, and it won't have to duplicate the code, stuff like that. What's up, Jobby D? Respect every time. All is doing good. Making progress today. Having some good philosophical what would I say? Philosophical communication and discussions about the world and investing and just how to improve. How to fix the biggest problems in the world, basically. Fixing the world's problems. Providing value to society. But back to the build. Okay, we got a test. Now I can show you some of the project with what I just built, the new feature. And we'll start with a refresh. Stream. Clips. There we go. That is new. So it starts with ingestion. I can take a URL from a video, and then it will scan through it And I can like wire this up so that it like focuses on finding different topics to extract. The repurposer was something that I built before just for text to find certain parts. So then it'll find the clips and it'll put the clips here. Let's see, it says like how long each one of them are. Does the collapsible branding section open and close? Yep. Can I type a file path for intro, outro, and save it? I don't have an actual file path. I mean, it's definitely letting me type. Do I see queue items that have source moment timestamp data from the ingestion run I did earlier? Yeah, I do. Click extra clip on one, extract clip on one. Does the options panel open with the checkboxes? Yes, it does. Oh, this is awesome. So like I can pick whether it's going to be like a short or a long form landscape. No captions, add captions. That's awesome. Yeah, this is out of anything I built on this this is gonna save me the most time for sure. Like I was saying, like my streaming service offers for $20 extra a month, it basically offers this feature, and I'm just building it right now for free. Well, I mean, cost of tokens for my plan, but I don't have to pay a monthly subscription once I build it. And I can just keep upgrading it and make it more custom and better than what it was with my streaming service had. So this is better and cheaper. Do I see queue items? Yup. Click extract clip on one. Yup. When I try to extract it, it will surface the YouTube. Requires the video to be downloaded first error. Yup. Clips library. No extracted clips yet. For branding setup, for intro and outro, I'm able to click in those boxes and the cursor's showing up that I can type, but I don't have an actual path to put in there, as far as I know, to check it. So I wasn't able to click save branding to see if it works. And then with the clips library, it shows no extracted clips yet. Everything else looks exactly like it's supposed to be. So, going back to the chat, it sounds like you're working on the same thing. Stop the coding for a bit and digesting the data. It's showing you learning the output of the apps for now. The build is done, just seeing what it tells you. Yep, YouTube analytics are on here. And check this out, dude. Check this out for got all the analytics wired up on one dashboard. This is mock data right here. But check this out. Every single platform that I'm building this for so far, all on one dashboard. And the $1 million challenge that I can set this up to like automatically update. So then when I'm like making content, like the content can show the updated number for the challenge. Yeah, a ton of awesome stuff here. Alright, this is in the stream. Yep, Substack. I have not been on Substack. I've like read other people's content on Substack, but I have not created my own Substack content yet. So I'm looking forward to doing that too. Yeah, it's definitely sweet, and I think super excited about actually like starting to use this and make it better, because there's going to be a lot of like dialing it in, getting it like right on my voice, and making like the images right, but over time it'll get better and better. Do I have a Twitch account actively set up and streaming? Yes, I do. Commit and move to Twitch ingestion. All right. Substack is the new addiction. It's like the new podcast, but more for like stuff with substance and not just for likes. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Will I sell this? Maybe. Right now I'm just building it for myself, but there's still yeah, I think it would be a good idea to sell this in some form. There's just still a ways to go before I get it good enough to where I'd want to sell it. But I think if I did sell this, I wouldn't want to sell it like a one size fits all. I think I would rather sell it like custom. But I'll see. Like I was definitely thinking about selling this, and I'll be making like for like especially the finance project that I just created. I'll be doing like a whole marketing and business systems, like CRM, everything for it, and then I'll create other businesses after that, and each different type of business has its own like different type of like business structure. So I plan on making a ton of different business tools exactly like this, and then I'll be able to, I feel like once I make more of these tools, I'll get way better at building this stuff, and then that's when I would want to sell it. But I'm still learning right now. But yeah, definitely I feel like there's a ton of value here that a lot of people could get. And this is not the easiest thing to build, like for a beginner. If I was like a beginner, I would not have even known where to start to build something like this. It would have just been like super difficult to understand how to build something this complex. But yeah, I think on to the next part. Paste the commit hash. We got Twitch ingestion prompt. Wonder if this understands that I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So everything on Twitch is not going to be any different from YouTube. Before I paste in this new prompt, I just wanted you to know that right now I'm doing streams on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so everything that's on YouTube is also on Twitch. There's nothing different on Twitch that's not on YouTube. So let me know if you think it still makes sense to build this feature. Also, maybe there's some use case to Twitch that I'm not aware of, to where I might want to be doing like different kind of videos on there. But let me know if there's anything that you can think of in regards to that. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, this could provide a lot of value to a lot of people. I definitely see there's other people selling similar things. I built this just from like, what I think would work for my situation. So this is probably like similar, but not exactly alike. And the more I use it, the more custom it'll get. But I feel like that's where like more of the money is custom tools like this. I think if I did like a one size fits all, that it's something anybody, you know, a year from now, anybody would be able to pretty much build that. But if I can like really get these customized and like be really good at customizing these, then I think that's where the money would be. So good point to raise. If I'm multi-streaming the same content to both platforms, building the Twitch ingestion has low immediate value. That's what I thought. Just be processing the same stream twice, getting duplicate content. More work to review, not less. Yep. Twitch has a different audience culture. Yeah, let's do this webhook trigger. Glad I noticed that. Yeah, they're telling me to build Twitch, but they didn't understand. Claude didn't understand. It's just the same thing as YouTube. All right. Yes, let's build the webhook trigger and finish the rest of the steps for the ingestion or ingester or whatever it's called. So the part about the server checking every few minutes to see if a live stream has ended, I'm wondering like what's that going to cost for like tokens? Cuz I mean, I'm, you know, doing a live stream maybe like 5 to 6 days a week, and it would not be difficult at all for me to just manually copy and paste the link if it were expensive to like constantly be checking for a new video to be posted. I hear what you're saying, and I'm thinking since we're already building this, how about we just build it now and then make it so that there's a function so that like it's not automatically working unless like I click a button, that I can like turn it on and off to automatically work. But at least I feel like it makes sense to build this next in the flow right now So I'm going to paste the report that I just got, and let's go ahead and build this with an option to turn it on and off so that it's not always running if I don't want it to. Didn't push the buttons in the right order. Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and I think for the workflow, it would make more sense to me to build this, but just like make a button so that I can turn it on or off so that it's not always running. And for now, I'll just have it off and then turn it on later. So I'm going to paste the report I just got from that last prompt, and let's go ahead and build this with that option I was talking about to turn it on and off. Respect every time. Good to see you, Had. Good to have you on the stream and the discussion every time. See you next time. Did I ever try to invest in any meme coin or something like this? Not at all your area. Yeah, just with small amounts of money. And I do not do very good with meme coins. I feel like that's a lot of luck. Meme coins are, and this last cycle, they were not pumping like they were before. I've done best with Bitcoin. I would definitely invest in altcoins too. And I've always just done the best with Bitcoin. But altcoins, I do understand them pretty good. And I feel like they're just I like the risk of Bitcoin more than the risk of altcoins, if that makes sense. You were thinking of depositing just like $200 in a meme coin. Supposed backtest by Russian oil. In 5 days, the value rise 99%. Yeah, that's FOMO though. That's how they get you. That's like you see that, and then I've definitely had those things where I was going to invest in something, and then I like got busy, and then I, got to it 2 days later, and then it already made a huge move. And also invest in stuff that I didn't get around to, and then the price went down and didn't work out. And I've definitely done like quick trades on meme coins where I've like, made like 100% in a day off like very low leverage. But that is more like luck, and doesn't happen that often. I feel like it's like I'll check every once in a while to see what's going on with meme coins and stuff, but I feel like for the most part it's not worth my time. And especially this last crypto cycle, since the institutions got involved, those meme coins have not been doing well at all. Every time they get like a little bit of a spike or a pump, it just sells off so quick. They're not doing what they used to do. Maybe that'll change, but the way I see it, the more institutions get involved in crypto, the more it's going to start behaving like the stock market, especially now that the price is so much higher and it takes more to move the price. Look at Roar. It was crazy. Yeah, so many crazy meme coins out there. So many new meme coins every day that you see making 100%, but like to be able to know ahead of time to buy those is probably takes so much research. And then the liquidity is not that good. So like you're saying, $200, right? But like, you put like 10K into some of these meme coins and good luck selling. It's going to be hard to find liquidity. All right, so here's the next prompt. Definitely plan mode. Yeah, crypto is like the land of pump and dumps. Learned about that real early in crypto, back in like 2017. So many pump and dumps going on, so many scams, and so many influencers who were supposed to be like legit that were already like rich from crypto were getting involved and like hyping up these pump and dumps. But that happens in all markets. Yeah. Good night. Stop loss. Snacks and sleep. Respect every time. Good to see you. I'm pretty sure I'll be here tomorrow too. Yeah, I'll definitely check out that Murray math. Took a note. Interested to see. I've never tried that indicator before. Thanks for that insight. Appreciate it. And have a good night. Quick test. Here we go. Stream ingester. Auto detect stream. Section above the URL. Yep, with the toggle. Yes, it does. Gray to gold. YouTube not connected. Last checked, last triggered just now. Never. Currently live, not streaming. Toggle on. Does it show watching for stream end? Yep. Yep. Manual mode. Showing the YouTube not connected error. Yeah, it is. I see everything you just said, so it looks like everything is working good. Give me a prompt to do the commit. Yeah, finishing the project. Gotta stay strong. Gotta keep my energy up and get lean. But yeah, more about energy. I do so much. I don't want to be lean. A lot of the stuff I do is difficult for me to consume enough calories in the day. Enough days is like wake up, eat as much food as I can, go to the bottom of the mountain. Maybe I can eat like an energy bar or two, get off the mountain at the end of the day, and eat as much as I can and fall asleep and do it all again. So, let's see. Got the commit prompt for the code. Change it back from plan mode. Welcome to the chat. Zlatko, respect every time. Pretty much did everything and nothing at the same time. After 30 days. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking your time to add that. Yes, I think I would like to build dip integration. Also, I will paste the results of the last commit here. I just gave PowerShell the first prompt and it came back with a message saying I may have installed Python packages into the global environment, which can cause conflicts between package versions. Would I like to create a virtual environment with these packages to isolate the dependencies? I can either create or don't show again, or just X out that window that popped up. Got it working. After I gave it this last prompt, Claude Code gave me this pop-up message, or I guess VS Code would have given it to me. After I ran that last prompt, I got the following message from VS Code. Looks like my options are to exit out and don't show again. Yes, I'm Vibe Coding. Pick up yourself every time. Welcome to the chat. How adept am I with programming in general? I would say I'm learning quick. I would say I'm getting way better every day. Staying consistent, building something new, building all different types of projects, making progress. And it's tough for me to know because it's such a new, vibe coding is such a new thing. And I haven't really been like comparing myself to other vibe coders that much. And I'm kind of like trying to do that for a reason because I kind of want to like, create my own style. And I don't want to be like copying other people so much. I definitely like try to learn, keep my learning about new like skills and tools and implementations but not so much of like other people's workflows. I'm just trying to like go at my own pace and improve my workflow as I get better. All 3 checks pass. Awesome, that is good. But I'm definitely building like more and more complex things every day, and the more complex things I build, the more my brain becomes aware of like what's possible to build that I didn't understand was before. Yeah, I'm using Whisperflow. Started typing. Now I can't stand typing anymore. It's way too slow. First I went from typing to the Windows, I think it's Windows key and H. And even that, like at first that was awesome, but then when I found Whisperflow, I found it to be so much faster and better. Respect every time, thank you. Yeah, I love doing this, so I'm gonna keep doing it, and hope to be providing a lot of value, not just with what I'm teaching on here about vibe coding and business, marketing, abundance mindset, but also with the products and services that I create. So yeah, a ton of value to be made here. Really grateful for this opportunity. Everything is ready for the next prompt. So lethal error, I believe you are being helpful, trying to help me, but I can't really understand like what you're trying to warn me of. I feel like you got to be a little bit more specific. Talking about cloud, are you talking about Claude or like the cloud? And yeah, if you want to help me with any kind of advice, you just got to be a little bit more specific, because that really doesn't provide much value. Oh, and I was just right now what I was saying. I was talking to somebody else that you can't see their comments on Twitch, but Whisperflow pill wasn't visible. Yep, that's it's on my like what you call it, my desktop, and I'm just showing like different. I can just switch between different browsers basically, and the Claude Code terminal. So made a tool recently to be able to move the pill around. Launched on macOS first. That's cool, but I don't understand, like, why would you want to move it around? For me, it's like, it's so small, like, I barely even notice it. But I guess, like, it could be, maybe depending on your workflow, it could maybe be in the way or something, so. And then if you're making it for Windows too, that's cool. Yeah, I definitely, don't see, like, where it would help me right now, but maybe there's something I'm just not understanding. Because it's just like, it's so small at the bottom of my screen, I barely notice it. Alright, here's the next prompt. Yeah, I was even thinking like, I was going to look into how difficult it would be just to build like my own version of Whisperflow. Because then that would save me like $20 a month or something. Someone's going to be plan mode. Okay, yeah, so you're saying it gets in the way certain applications you use, and I just haven't seen that yet, but that is good to know that you're building something. So I will definitely take a note of that, and then and your name on YouTube, and then I can if you like forget to come back and let me know when you're done, I'll contact you if I start running into those same issues. So I got Lethal Errors comment, make sure I set up the cloud services so that they don't exceed the budget when testing and or production. Yes, I do know about that. So that's super important. set it, because I've heard stories where people, like security, issues where people have had their different cloud services and and bad things happen to where people will steal it and they rack up a huge bill. So I'm not on. I have like a $300 credit on the cloud that I'm trying to get up. I should be having a project up on there soon. But yeah, thank you for that security tip. Rapping every day. Rapping like Parappa. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. There's a setting in cloud. You can limit like how much is being spent, basically. I think that's what you're saying. So like I have it set to like, I think it's like, I'm just getting started, so I think I have it set to like $10 or $20. And if it goes over that, then it like stops and sends me an alert, and then I have to like approve it that more can be spent. Oh, that's not it. Then I guess, yeah, I do not know what you're talking about then. You have to make sure the cloud setting, that a limitation has been established. I guess I'm not sure what limitation you're talking about then. So yeah, respect to Krishna. Respect every time. Big up yourself. Yeah, thank you for making an awesome tool like that. I'm sure it will provide a lot of value. If I start running to the problem, can fork the current repo for macOS and contribute the Windows version of it. That's awesome. Had launched it on the product hunt too. 56 on the rank board. That's not bad. Gotta look at product hunt. I checked it once a long time ago. I forgot about that one. 10A, the founder has deep tech experience with expression and voice, so he's been able to capture those nuances into the model he's built from the ground up. Yeah, Whisper's doing way better with punctuation and grammar than the Windows version I was using. Especially with those tech terms, Vercel, GitHub, all those things that I'm saying over and over that I had to keep on correcting with the Windows version. What cloud services am I using? So right now I'm just trying out the main ones. Like I got credits on Google. Also trying out I think Amazon AWS. And then I still want to try out, there's another one too. that I've been told to try out. But yeah, I'm just learning different services, trying them all out, trying out different APIs. Then I'll go with the one that I like best. Yep, Azure, Google Console, Firebase. Yep, I want to try Firebase. Firebase is Google. I didn't know that. I just use Firebase so far for domains. What are my stream timings like and time zone? So usually about this time, usually in the evening. I definitely sometimes like I want to try different times of the day, but I just prefer streaming when it's dark out. I just would rather be outside during the daytime. But yeah, definitely, I know with the seasons, you know, right now it makes more sense, but probably when it gets hotter, then time zone is Chicago. That's right, time zone is Chicago. But yeah, when it gets super hot in the middle of the day, maybe I'll start streaming more in the middle of the day. But for now, yeah, you definitely in the evening and the night. Trying to get, like, when I first started, I was going some of these streams till like 3 or 4 in the morning, and I was working for like 7-8 hours, and I barely even realized the time just flew by. And I just like, it was messing with my sleep, so I gotta like make sure I shut it down by like 1 or 2 a.m. at the latest. But yeah, definitely love vibe coding so much that wish I didn't have to sleep. Let's see, gonna test out this new tool. Go to the project browser, hard refresh. APIs on cloud services. Oh, okay. Serverless functions. I think I know what you're talking about now. So like Google has like a API service on like Google Cloud, stuff like that. Find the shortest duration and extract clip. So I clicked start extraction and it didn't work. I got the following error message. I clicked start extraction. It did not work. I got the following error message. So yeah, I was saying too, one thing with Whisper Flow with Claude, they have it set up so the similar default keys for Whisper Flow are basically like a copy and paste feature on Claude. So I have to remember to like hit the keys in a certain I just have to hit the control first and then Windows. If I do it the other way, it just pastes the last thing I copied. Quick fix, awesome. So API and cloud services, serverless functions, it depends. You can use an actual API service with dedicated memory caching or a serverless function API with no dedicated memory caching. All right, I would definitely, I'm looking that up right now. Somebody in the comments is educating me about using cloud API services, and some of them have dedicated memory caching or a serverless function API with no dedicated memory caching. I want to know more about this, and specifically we were talking about like putting on rate limits, and I believe we were talking about that because, you know, for like security issues. So explain more about everything I was just saying, I guess. All right, testing it again. Most serverless function terminates after the function is ran. Okay. I'll look into that more once I get the next thing building with Claude. Going to stream, clips. Oh yeah, hard refresh. Yeah, there we go. Classic scale versus security conversation. First, I gotta sit down. So I'm just reading about dedicated memory caching, stateful and serverless functions, stateless. But I think I think this is not working because it's still at 0% and it's only a 22-second video, so. This time I did not get the error message. A progress bar showed up. It says downloading video segment. It's been at 0% for like a minute or two now, and it's only a 22-second video, so I'm thinking that something is not working right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just AI'd it and just reading about it in the background while I'm working on this stuff. Now I'm seeing what you mean. They terminate after the function is ran, and some of them use like a cache. Memory caching is terminated after the function is ran. Authorization and authorization of user sessions get terminated after function ends. An actual API server can remember user sessions. And you're saying this all because basically this is like a major security issue. I think what you're saying is like if I got an API from one of these cloud services and someone got that API, they could basically like run up a bill. Is that basically what you're saying? I think is what you're saying. Oh, it worked. It extracted. Wow, right when I thought I gave up on it. Oh no, that's not what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, so if you see where I'm getting it wrong, definitely be good clarification. Let's see. So right when I gave up and thought it wasn't working, it worked, and now it says extracted, and it's giving me the option to download 16.9 and 9.16. It's not 16.10, 16.9. File wasn't available on site. Okay. But this one is 9.16 worked, but 16.9 didn't. So I don't have this set up to show on the stream, but I'm just gonna see if it worked real quick. Why did I read the books for useless coding knowledge? Because definitely doesn't match the title if that was right. No, that's not right. That's the wrong date. Oh yeah, that makes sense, both of them. Okay, file wasn't available on the site for either one of them. So neither would download the 16.9 or the 9.16. Both of them said file is not available on site as an error message. So only use serverless function APIs when you got logic that is not dependent on authentication and authorization. Is an actual API service if authentication and authorization is required, is run logic. Good to know. I'm about to AI that too once I'm done reading the basic stuff about this. So dedicated memory caching, they're saying imagine your server as a person sitting at a desk with a notebook. Every time someone visits your site, the server writes down their IP address in the notebook. If a person asks for data 10 times in 1 minute, the server looks at the notebook, sees they've reached their limit, and says slow down. Because the person stays at the desk, the notebook stays there. This is memory caching. Serverless function. Imagine a serverless setup like Vercel functions or AWS Lambda. When a user visits, a temporary worker is hired for exactly 1 second to answer the request. As soon as the request is done, the worker is fired and their desk is wiped clean. The next time that same user visits, a new worker shows up. The worker has no idea the user was just there 5 seconds ago because there's no dedicated notebook. Memory caching. So how this affects rate limits. Rate limits is your #1 defense against DDoS attacks. People trying to crash your site, and wallet attacks. People using your Claude API keys so fast they can run up a $500 bill in minutes. So if you put a standard rate limiter on a serverless function with no dedicated cache, the user can spam your API. Every worker that pops up starts their count at 0. The user can effectively bypass your limit because your workers aren't talking to each other. To make rate limiting work in a serverless world, you have to use a shared notebook, an external cache like Redis or Upstash. Worker A writes to the shared notebook. Worker B, who appears 2 seconds later, checks the same notebook. And they see like the same API already used the token, so they should block them now. Security issues, why you need this. Since I'm using Claude Code, every request costs real money without a rate limit backed by a shared memory. A script could hit your distribute route 10,000 times in a second. If your server is busy dealing with 10,000 fake requests, it can't handle your real request. Dedicated caching allows you to do sliding windows limits where you can say you get 5 requests per minute, but if you do 100 in an hour, you're banned for a day. You can't do that with serverless functions alone. So like what I just built, I included a line of rate limit, the podcast prepare to 20. If I'm hosting a dashboard on a standard VPS, the rate limit will work fine because the notebook stays in the server's RAM. However, if I move this dashboard to a serverless platform like Vercel, that line of code might become useless unless I connect it to a dedicated memory service. So we're talking about shared notebook problem. If I go serverless, my rate limiter is basically a guard with amnesia. I need a central cache so the guards can compare notes on who's spamming the API. I think that's what you were saying. So put API keys in environment file. Never put your API keys on front end unless they are public keys. Yup, that's what I do. And then make sure that they're in the environment variables and git ignore. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. A lot of security stuff. I want to make sure that I'm like 100% on that. And so far, I've been like taking tons of time to learn about security for everything I do. There's so many different security risks out there. Always rotating my keys too. Always try to build stuff with mock data. And then I try to not put the keys in on stream. Definitely accidentally, when I was first starting, I've accidentally revealed API keys, but luckily they were free API keys and I didn't know what I was doing. So I was like only using free APIs on the like first things I was building. Make sure the API keys are not on GitHub. Yep. That's what I gotta do. I noticed I've definitely done that before in the past where like I didn't add it right. I think in the git ignore. And it pushed them to GitHub, so I know there's a way that like you can like scrub them from GitHub. But you know, I could have easily accidentally done that with any of those like free, because I have like open GitHub repos for the early projects I did, and like from what I understand with security, if anybody gets into those, they have rate limits on them because they're all free API keys. So like it would just hit the limit, I guess. Make the GitHub repo private so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, definitely for like the major projects, people were like requesting to keep them open, and for those first, like when I was just learning the first projects I did, but I think I'm gonna change that too because there's really nothing of like value on there, but there's no reason to have it open from what I understand if I don't need to. Alright, so legendary catch. And got a note for impeccable. I feel like I've heard of that before, but I'll take down another note. I've just used Stitch, Google Stitch, and like for what I'm building right now, the UI doesn't matter at all because I'm not like you know, it won't be live for anybody to use. It'll just be for me or like any employees I have to use. So the UI does not matter at all for what I'm building right now. Definitely, I'll keep all the GitHub stuff private. That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know when I was first starting. I'm lucky I built those like first 30 apps, just like, you know, free stuff, because everyone was coming on telling me to like, you know, share the GitHub and everything like that. And I didn't see a problem with it, but I was like, well, there's nothing really of value on here anyway. But yeah, now I'm understanding that a lot of people use like social engineering. A lot of people will like, you know, try to get into those files to find stuff. So you need 1,000 for that information, no doubt. Yeah, I'll give you some advice. You should probably ask for the money first. But no, that's funny though. But yeah, thank you for the info. Definitely keep it private. So let's see that impeccable for UI. No doubt. Yeah, I figured you were joking. I was like, should be asking for more than 1,000. So let's see. Got the empty file ghost problem. Oh, that was a... Okay. See, I just gave it that prompt. The prompt results. Saying to test it again. Gotta wait for it to extract. The Hitchhiker's Guide to Vibe Coding. That would be a good one. Like vibe coding for dummies. All these things. And yeah, I actually, one of my first businesses that I did was writing books. And then I basically scaled that up to a publishing company. So that would be something I could easily do. Especially now with AI. I've definitely wrote some like good books with AI that are better than anything I could have written myself. I was like going into like see what AI could write books on about like understanding like quantum physics and consciousness and just things that are like super high level that like I feel like only AI could like understand at that like deep of a level. And I was trying to see how deep it could go with like understanding like, you know, ancient teachings of consciousness with like modern like quantum physics experiments, and I got some pretty interesting stuff. Stuff about light being like energy and carrying information. There it was going into some like deep corners of like consciousness stuff. It was super interesting. But yeah, I think what I'm doing right now is better than any book, because like what one of the main things that inspired me to do this was that I saw a few people were doing vibe coding challenges, but they were all like seemed like they were like experienced developers, and I didn't understand like most of what they were saying. It was just way over my head. So I was like, they need a channel where somebody who's like actually a beginner is learning this stuff and I can see what they're doing. And I was like, that's what I should do. Like, I was like, I want to learn vibe coding anyway. I ended up liking it way more than I thought. I really like building stuff. Really like seeing the potential of things I can build, new projects, stuff like that. Right? Send me $1 through, get through an email. And then send an email saying that's how you make money online. And then you just have to send that email to 10 more people. And then they'll send you $1. And then they have to send it out to 10 more people. And then they'll make $10 for every $1. Sure, that's totally legal. But no, for real, that's I remember those from like the actual mail, like the real mail. People used to do that. And then like there was a time where in the real mail, I remember people would like companies, not people, but like companies would do marketing where they would send you like a new crisp $1 in the mail. And they'd be like, this can be your first $1 towards our new like cable subscription. And I was like, whoa. Wonder how much that cost them. But yeah, marketing has changed so much. Alright, extracted. Here we go. I think it just did the same thing. Yeah, file wasn't available on the site. Dang. Try to sign into the site, then download again. Okay. So I just tried it again, and I got the same error message, and I clicked into it to get more info, and it said, file is not available on the site. Try to download or try to connect to the site and then try the download again. So I'm not connected to YouTube right now. So I'm guessing that's the issue. Also, there must have been a typo because there is no 1610. There's only 16.9 and 9.16 like I believe it's supposed to be. Someone did that back in 2003. Yup, that sounds about the time people were doing that. Definitely don't see that stuff in the mail anymore. Seems like the only people who are like spending hard on like regular mail marketing are credit card companies. But yeah, like marketing shifted so much. Label's already correct. So yeah, I gotta be connected to YouTube for that. Wait. Shouldn't need YouTube auth. It's just serving a local file from your disk. Give this to Claude. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it already has the clip. It shouldn't need to be signed in. Like, it already got it just from the URL. But yeah, let's see. Seemed like it fixed the problem. We will see. There we go. Worked easy the first time, didn't even have to refresh it. Awesome. And this is just providing so much value. Yep, it's got the trading psychology analysis. It's working. Like an overall analysis. Yeah, so I just saw the video in my Windows browser. I'm going to check. That was the landscape. Now I'm going to check the... and this is just providing so much value. Yep, it's got the short form, which is only getting half the screen. So that's definitely something I can fix later. But it's working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a win. It's definitely doing what it's supposed to do. The only thing I noticed is for the 916, like the short form, it's only showing one half of the screen. And I'd probably rather have it show the other half of the screen. But I'm thinking this is something that I should fix later and just like keep building all the main features and come back and fix stuff like that later. What do you think? I'm wondering if it's a good time to do an audit. I'm going to paste the results from the commit. I'm wondering now if it's a good time to do an audit. I'm going to paste the results from the commit. So yeah, they're saying next steps are SQLite or SQLite migration, important before data gets too large, hook specialist skills. That's going to be a good part. Improve all content generation quality, collaboration CRM. Kind of have something like that, but I'll have to see to like make it better. Tracker for collab partners. Thumbnail generator improvement. That's the main thing I've been working on since I like built the first functions for it. That was like the first function I built was the thumbnail generator, and that one is more difficult than I thought to get it better, but is definitely making progress. And then session persistence, replace memory store so sessions survive restarts. So respect. Meg Soul, welcome to the chat. Pick up yourself every time. Hello, you're building skills right now. You've got decent dev skills, decent Python, not and all basic stuff. Will it work out? Should you learn something more? You're building some projects. You're up to date with new AI tools too. You're trying to learn whatever comes new, but you're not sure. So you're building skills. When you're talking about skills, are you talking about like Claude Code skills? Or are you talking about like skills like, I think you mean like coding and like developing skills. So, and then what are you're trying to learn whatever comes new, but you're not sure. So I guess I'm not sure like what you're asking. Are you talking about learning like Claude skills like to implement in your projects? Are you talking about you want to build like a specific project and you're not sure if you've got like the correct skills that you need to build it? I'd be definitely willing to give you my advice. Coding skills. Try not to use models to code. So you're talking about coding skills, but you don't want to use AI models, you just want to code? I'm not really sure. I thought what you were saying was like you're wondering if your coding skills are good enough to start vibe coding yet. Is that kind of what you're saying? So earlier we were talking about architecture, and I was looking into that, but I never got to that part to explain it. So there's a phenomenon in AI development often called the happy path trap. Imagine you hired a contractor to build your house. Scalable architect digs a deep foundation, plans for future additions, makes sure the plumbing can handle 10 people even if only one person lives there now. Claude is like the slammer, sees you want a bathroom, so it builds a beautiful bathroom right now, but they might put the pipes in a spot that blocks you from ever adding a second floor later. So I get that better than with the architecture. When Claude slams code, it often puts everything in one giant file because that's the easiest way to make it work immediately. I've had to do that before and run into that problem and had to coach it on not doing that. Helps a lot to, I think, build like one feature at a time like I'm doing. Especially when you're building features on top of features. Because if it doesn't build the like foundation right, then it messes up everything else, and then you just spend a lot of time and tokens building something that you gotta scale back to the like foundation and then rebuild it. So as your project grows, the one file becomes a big ball of mud. It's hard to read, hard to test, and if you change one line at the top, something can break at the bottom for no reason. Yup, fixing bugs on a big file like that. Scalable way, breaking code into small specialized pieces like your distribute routes being separate from your UI logic. Hard coding versus dynamic systems. Claude loves to hard code things to be helpful. Claude's way is creating a button that specifically says open this tool. The scalable way, creating a platform link component that can take any URL, so when you want to add a 10th platform next month, you don't have to write new code, you just add one line to the list. Exactly. Okay, I'm about to go back to the chat in a minute. Coding skills. You're a final year student. You got all your stuff done. You're upskilling your coding skills and solving errors on your own instead of using Claude or AI models. You want to ask, you will going this way will get you a job. Will going that way get you a job? Well, unfortunately, I think you're asking the wrong person because I'm an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, I could definitely see myself hiring people in the future that understand code. You know, doing things like security and checking things like that. From what I understand, I've had people come in the comments on here and tell me, you know, they feel like, you know, they just wasted their time. They just graduated with like a degree for like development and no one will hire them and no one's hiring developers anymore. Some people are saying the exact opposite. That's pretty much all I know. I'm an entrepreneur. I haven't worked at a job in many years. And yeah, definitely that's what I was telling the guy. I was telling the guy, you know, it's all about mindset. There's no such thing as wasted time. Even just meditation, even doing nothing with your time sometimes is the best thing you can do with your time. So yeah, I agree, there is no wasted time. You can always get lessons from everything. And that's what I was telling the people that came on here and they were like, oh, I'm doomed. You know, no one's hiring developers anymore. And I was telling them, you know, this is mindset. This is abundance mindset. Like I'm trying to teach that on the channel too. That's super important for business. Like mindset for business, investing, everything in life. If you believe that you're doomed, if you believe that no one's going to hire you, then your subconscious mind is not going to notice opportunities. You're just going to give up. You're not going to put in the work. You're not going to put in the effort. if you do get an interview, people are gonna like see that on your demeanor and your energy that you feel like you're just wasting your time and no one's gonna hire you. If you believe, if you believe, then you can achieve. That's a good quote. So basically, when you will see it, it's most people say, I'll believe it when I see it, but in reality, abundance mindset would say you won't see it until you believe it. You got to believe it first, then you will see it. So definitely, no such thing as wasted time. The people that are on there saying that they're doomed, I was telling them you just got to change your mindset. Like the most important thing I think they could do is like have the right mindset. So will it get you a job? If you believe that you can get a job and you have the skills and you know what skills you need to get the job, then yes, I think you can totally get a job. I think if you just if that's what you want to do, if you really want to get a job in development and coding, and you just stick to it and you believe it's possible, then I think, no doubt, glad I could help you with that answer. What is up, Buffalo Soldier? Big up yourself every time. Respect. Massive respect. No one's doing vibe coding with the idea of getting a job. We are in the era of creating from inspirations and solving several problems for a lot of people. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can make. I feel like the money you make is all about how much value you provide to society. And when you get a job, there's a lot of limitations on how much value you can provide. Mostly you're going to be taking orders from other people. Not many jobs I know of where you get to decide what you're going to build. It's usually people decide for you what you're going to build. And sure, you might be able to build something through your job that creates a lot of value, and that's awesome. And some people would rather work at a job than do their own thing, and they'd rather just have someone tell them like what they should do than to actually have to decide. But that's up to them. Everybody's different, and that's why the world is so awesome, because everybody's not the same. If everybody was the same, the world would be super boring and most things wouldn't work. So yeah, we can do this. I've had so many ideas in my head for things I've wanted to build for years, and I've looked into it in the past and seen how much it would cost, like 20 to 50K to hire a developer to build some of these things, and I was just like, no, I'll just wait till later, I guess. And then this comes along, and now I can build everything I've wanted to build and more. And it's so awesome to be early in this. I feel like I'm very good at trends, especially in tech. And yeah, we just keep going on this path, keep building awesome things. Don't look at it like, I try not to look at it with business is like, what can I do? What can I do to make a ton of money? It's like, what can I do to create the most value? So it's like everything is good from this last audit. So Christian is talking about installing it as a Claude Code skill. You can call when working on something or set up a skill file to make sure to check it whenever anything new is being set up. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Haven't had a job since 2013. Yeah, that's actually about since I had my last job, was about that same time. You're unhireable, serial entrepreneur, now experiencing what the Most High intended for us. Yeah, give thanks. Give thanks to the Most High every day for everything, health and strength, and life. To manifest our desires to serve others. Exactly. And yeah, just give thanks to the Most High every day for this opportunity, because I know I definitely had the intention that I wanted to run all these different businesses and do all this stuff, but I just didn't have like enough time and enough money to hire people, everything I wanted to build. And then this came along, and it's like solved so many problems for me, and I'm just so thankful every day, because that's like part of abundance mindset, is like having the intention. And there you go. So yeah, and when I remember, like, I was like trying to, like, when I was first an entrepreneur and before I was making money, I was trying to apply for jobs, and they'd be like, well, what do you do? And I'd be like, well, I have a business degree, but I want to be an entrepreneur. And I'm just like, trying to, like, learn whatever I can, and no one was hiring me. And then finally one day, this person at the interview that I was interviewing me was like, yeah, no one's probably going to tell you this, but do not tell people that you want to be an entrepreneur, because they will not want to hire you, because then they will think that you're going to steal their ideas and go start your own business. And I was like, no wonder nobody's hired me. I was like, and they were like, yeah, and if you want to start your own business, like, you can totally do it, but like, don't, it's going to be super difficult to work full time and like do a business full time at the same time. And I was like, that is some good advice. And I gave myself, like, my first business I did solo. I just gave myself a year, and I set up conditions so that I was like good for funds for like a year. And I was like, I'm just going to give myself a year to work on this. And in 6 months, I was already making more than I would have made at any like entry level job. So, working on LinkedIn lead automation today to push some of your ready to go low ticket items to cover all these ancillary cost. That is awesome. Yeah, I'll try to connect with you on LinkedIn. I just haven't had the site. Yeah, definitely. I guess I do have a LinkedIn account. I just haven't opened it in a while, and that's part of what I'm working on now when I connect it with this. So I believe it's my name. You could maybe even just search my name and it would show my picture on LinkedIn. But yeah, if you don't find that, just let me know next time or whatever. But yeah, no doubt. I've been working for like almost 5 hours now, and I think I just finished the really big feature. Just finished good commit and push and audit. So I think this is a really good spot to end the stream for tonight. And I feel like this was a really awesome stream. Definitely accomplished a ton. Might even be able to get this done tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see. I've got most of like the main stuff done. I'll show one more time kind of everything I built. So yeah, if you haven't hit the like button already, can definitely get this information out to more people. We can get more people building awesome things. So I'm going to go to the project browser one more time. So like tonight, the main thing I built was this clip extraction. So it started out with the ingestion that I built like the first day. Can put in a URL for like a video, like a stream. It'll break it down into chunks, into clips with titles and stuff, and then I can just like download the clip and then create like all the titles and hooks. Can use their title or create my own, and then that'll automatically like fill out the stuff that I need for the thumbnail. Can generate the thumbnail, the description, the short description, community post stuff. Still need to get an image generator for that. Community growth, find trending videos for other ideas, and to collaborate with other creators. Face library for the thumbnails. Distribute. So like, this is kind of in the wrong order, but got like a calendar for the schedule. Analytics that shows like an awesome analytics dashboard for all the different, this is mock data, but for like all the different features. Recent posts showing what posts work best, different kind of topics work better for different platforms. So yeah, a lot going on here, and still more to build. Email stuff, yeah, so much awesome stuff. So yeah, it'd be definitely nice to talk about some Claude skills. Just for today's the end of the day, and I need to take a break and get some food. Respect. Definitely be cool to collaborate and see what you're working on too. Definitely, yeah, community is all about sharing. Abundance mindset. You know, there's always going to be enough for everybody. What's up, Mado? Respect every time. Good to see you here. So I'm just ending up the stream for today. I got to take a break and get some food. Been going on about 5 hours now with no break. But yeah, it's worth it. Like, I love doing this. I love building. Got a lot done today. Feeling good about what I built. So most likely I will be back tomorrow. Maybe even be able to finish this tomorrow, at least like the main features. And then there's still like, it's just going to be a process to really like get this perfect. Over time, like the more I use it, the more I'll adjust it and make it better. All right, okay. That was it for today. See you guys later, as I would say. Making massive progress, massive value. Hope you got value off of what I had to tell you. And I'll just keep on building, keep fulfilling my dreams and my missions, and, you know, keep on building new visions as I go, and just keep on with the new flow. So now you know, another day, another flow. That's it though. I gotta go. Time to eat, and then time to sleep. So I'm out until next time. Respect every time.